Hi everyone, I am Tara, aka Spirit Mother, and I would like to welcome you all back to my channel. On YouTube, Spirit Teaches of Going Within Self, on TikTok, 1974 Enlightened Soul, and I'm also live on my Facebook. If you're new to my channel, I would suggest that people go and read the description on my YouTube channel, Spirit to Spirit Teachings of Going Within Self, to get a better understanding of what it is that I bring forward on my platform. Let's see. So, oh, just give me one second. Ah, that's a little better. I'm dressed up, today, okay? Because now the topic I'm gonna the topic I'm gonna talk about is actually very touchy topic for a lot of people right now. Now, there was some things that some things I look into, okay? And a lot of things spirit towards. And today I got guided towards a person. Sorry. And it kind of shocked me because I ended up purchasing 2 of their books. Now, the topic I'm going to talk about is very sensitive for a lot of people, okay? Because a lot of people are looking to this person to be their savior, but there's stuff that we're not being shown, stuff that we're not seeing, okay? Now, my question, okay, that's what I'm on today is my question is, who is Donald Trump really? Okay. Now, like, there's some in my, like, people I know that they're very hooked into Donald Trump. Uh, Someone had told me that they've done 20 years of research on him, which, it's awesome. Um, there's been stuff come to my attention, okay? And I know, like, this here is a really touchy topic, but Spirit is saying, we, we brought you to this to bring it forward. Okay, everyone believes that Donald Trump is their saving grace. He's this great person and what have you. I had one person tell me, oh, well, he's great with finances. However, he's been bankrupt quite a few times. And I read things about his first marriage, his second marriage, and now he's with Melania, and the pattern was that he liked his models, and he's being sentenced, I believe it's on the 10th, because of hush money to a porn star, and he's and the other thing is tampering with documents, I guess it is. Okay, like I'm going to say it, if anybody else was in that, if anybody was in that position and they were sentenced, they would go to jail for that. Okay, so he should be no exception to the rule. However, the thing is, I believe that Donald Trump and many others do, that he is one massive bully. Okay, and Is that part of, if he's going to manipulate documents, how do you know? Like, okay, he said about the Biden administration, I'm not picking sides. He said about the Biden administration that, you know, the votes were fraudulent for him to get in, for Biden to win. So my question is it possible that he was accusing someone of something that he would do? He's already been found guilty for falsifying many documents. Okay. He's been very nasty to women. And I know that he would be dirty enough to hold things over people's heads. Okay. He's a businessman. So if he's a businessman, he knows a lot about people. So I was doing kind of different things to look into him because, he says some really good things. But the thing is like, is he being honest with people? Because the person that I came across today, it came up on my feed, which, I found like first I didn't clue in, and then I watched the video and I went to somebody else and I talked to them and I didn't mention the person's name or anything like that. And they told me, well, go look into this person. Now, this person that Spirit took me to was Donald Trump's niece, Mary Trump, Freddie Trump Jr.'s daughter. So I started looking a little, like looking into different things. And where is it? I'll I'll show you the video. It's about 18 minutes long. Okay. And afterwards, or what have you, you can go watch it for yourself. Okay. And after finding that, I looked into something. Okay. So I'm going to say what I looked into first, and I'll read it. Gore ma creando curiosità e pure protettiva. Yeah. Okay. Can the U.S. call for a revote? Okay. I don't know how many people actually have looked into this stuff. It's politics. And people say, "Oh well, that's a fake site." But it's not a fake site. Okay. Can the U.S. call for a revote? And it says that there's three answers. The Constitution provides no mechanism for a revote of the presidential election. However, it does provide three mechanisms by which a rigged election can be overridden. He was accusing Biden of doing it. And usually, when in something like that, he was so adamant. Okay. many different things. The election college can collectively ignore the election outcome. Electors are normally pledged to vote for a given candidate, but if enough of them act as faithless electors, it can change the outcome of the election. Congress can reject the electoral vote from states with voting issues. Doing so requires a majority vote in both houses of Congress. This happened in the 1872 election when the votes from Alaskans or Arkans, Arkansas, and Louisiana were rejected due to voting irregularities. Congress can reject the election entirely, but not recognizing any of the electoral votes, sending the election to the House of Representatives and Senate as provided in the 12th Amendment. So, what does the 12th Amendment say? The electors shall meet in their respective states and vote by ballot of the for president and vice president, one of whom at least shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves. They shall name their ballots the person's vote for the president and indistinctive ballots in the person voted for the vice president, and they shall make distinct lists of all persons voted for the president and of all persons voted for the vice president and of the number of votes for each, which list they shall sign and certify and transmit sealed to the seat of the government of the United States, directed by President of the Senate. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House and Representatives, open all the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. So I'm assuming there's wouldn't that show the people's name? The person having the greatest number of votes for president shall be the president in such number by majority of the whole number. Okay, so let's see. Where'd I go? If such number by majority of the whole number of electors appointed, and if no person have such majority, then from the persons having the highest numbers not succeeding 3 on the list of those votes for as president, the House of Representatives shall choose immediately by ballot the president, but in choosing the president, the votes shall be taken by states. The representation from each state having one vote, a quorum for this purpose shall consist of a member or members for 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all states shall be necessary to a choice. And if the House and Representatives shall not choose a president, whenever the right of choice shall devolve upon them, before the 4th day of March next following, then the vice president shall act as president as in the case of the death or other constitutional disability of the president. Now, there's Donald Trump was always saying about how Biden was unstable. Okay? He said Biden was unstable. He said about the votes being rigged. Okay? The person having the greatest number of votes as vice president shall be the vice president. If such number are by a majority of the whole number of electors appointed, and if no person have a majority, Then from the two highest numbers on the list, the Senate shall choose the Vice President. A quorum for the purpose shall consist of two-thirds of the whole number of the senators, and a majority of the whole number shall be necessary to a choice, but no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible to that of vice president of the United States. Okay? Now, I'm not in the States, but I know Donald Trump, you're saying about, hey, be the 51st state. Hey, Donald Trump, how about you give up your seat and you let the United States join Canada? As Elizabeth May, I believe her name was, said, hey, you're a bully. You're threatening tariffs on us. You're threatening all this shit. And do your people even know that it's going to affect them on a high scale? Because, you think that we are just pushover pussies because you're a bully and because, we're very mellow people. Now, people don't have to watch this. That's entirely up to yourself. Okay? Okay. So let's get back to it. It's unclear what the person having the highest numbers not succeeding at 3 would mean if the contents of an election were 0 electoral votes were cast. So it's likely that in practice, significant electoral votes would be accepted to generate a tie. Short answer depends on what you mean by free vote. This answer gives a way of doing what you want within the framework of the Constitution. Number 2, presidential elections are actually decided by the Electoral College. So the election does not actually, listen to this, presidential elections are actually decided by the Electoral College. So the elections doesn't actually take place until December. You going, Mike? Don't know what my channel's about? Go read my description of my YouTube channel, Spirit Teaches Going Within Self. So that's saying that the election doesn't actually take place until December, and everybody thought it was November. It was a little bit because when I read that, I was like, what? Queria pututuray. Queria sarang. See, I also know that, the Kevin O'Leary from the Shark Tank, he's looking into buy TikTok, but he needs Donald Trump's money to help do that. And then Donald Trump needs Elon Musk to help because Elon Musk got shit piles of money. And really, Donald Trump still don't like Elon Musk. And should he be allowed picking? I believe that should be people. So, Kevin O'Leary, if you already invested in TikTok and you're the one keeping it so that stuff don't get out because you're just as much as a scumbag as Donald Trump can be, you know, people say, "Oh, you're name calling." Well, I call it how I see it. O'Leary, wasn't the shark like wasn't he in Canada? I'm going to get to something as to why I went to this. Each state is free to choose their own method of electoral appointments. Hypocritically, a state legislation could pass a law saying that the first election in November would no longer determine the presidential election. Instead, a future election would. If all the states do this, you could have a revote. States are free to set up their own form of Republican government, and thus elections to state positions are much more and amenable towards experiments like revotes or something similar. Take a look at recall elections. We'll go to that. Last type of elections are Senate and House Representatives elections. These types of elections results are generally more difficult to create a revote condition. Essentially, the people who elect these people cannot directly cause a revote, but the House of Senate can refuse to seat members through the Constitution's clause allowing each chamber to judge their own elections. Thus, this way, each chamber can force a specific House or Senate seat to be voted on. Yeah? Somebody looks psychotic, but they don't have a clue what's going on. Because right now, they ain't liking me. And Donald Trump, we know your grandfather took Nikola Tesla's stuff, and the time machine was one of them. Each method is probably extremely politically destructive to incompetence. INCUMBENTS. I didn't say I was a good reader. Changes the re-election and will probably not occur. With our adversarial court system and heavily partisan politicians of the juridical system over the past few decades, remember that didn't Donald Trump start putting in people when he won the first time, didn't he? Like he did something with the judge and everything like that. So, hey Trump, you're stacking the deck, you're cheating, motherfucker. And in the Holy Prophecy, it said that there was going to be a man in a red hat that was going to come forward and he was going to cause a lot of destruction. And then there was going to be a woman in a red dress show up. Kito pureta reseron, ada kutu kurita. Kito pure kriamore kreare sataturi. My channel's not for everyone. Like I said, some people don't like Donald Trump, and get off my head. Get up to turista rata imutu tu pieta. Politicians over the past few decades. I think it's highly unlikely that such a thing would happen. You'd have dueling, possibly politically fueled, contradictory rulings going up through the court system, definitely winding up at the Supreme Court. Now, I really don't think, and in Europe, we're saying the same thing. What the hell are you putting what are you putting a convicted felon in government in your house? He's been convicted, and people say, no, no, like no, that was a setup. Seriously, do you know about his family? In general, SCOTUS tends to hand down more modest rulings. Look like if there was evidence that the election overall were tainted. So, there's a lot of people that believe the election was tainted. The results of the election are completely suspect and undetermined fundamental confidence in the basis of our democracy. However, there is no mechanism for extending the electoral college deadline, so the voters had to suck it. And then says, see Peria versus Collins, where SCOTUS ruled that proof of innocence is not reason enough to overturn a death penalty sentence if correct procedures was probably followed throughout the process. Somebody else may understand that. Now, I've heard other people saying that the states don't really have a democracy and Trump is always going like this. That's to the masculine. Because I've been looking, you don't have any respect for women. So, right now people are looking to say that he's saying all this stuff that he's going to do. But keep in mind, like, think of the time that it was that Putin passed the ball to Donald Trump, which passing the ball means the ball is in your court now. Okay? So if he's saying the ball is in his court, is it possible that he's working both sides? Our overall legit society and rule of law includes common sense and a good common overriding the actual pedantic pedantic reading of the letters of the law, even if an obvious case for common sense should arise. That might seem to thwart, 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 justice in some cases. But if that wasn't the case, you'd have an imperial judiciary that could write law and would be above all checks and balances that the US system is built upon. So now I've watched a thing and it said that Donald Trump and Elon Musk were trying to pass a bill, and they said that if people didn't go in their favor, that like if the others didn't go in their favor, that they were going to eliminate their jobs or what have you, that they should be taken out. Now, Donald Trump is a real bully, and if he went back in time, like I said, I believe that he was the friend of Samuel Paul, and I'm going to say the name, but it's that part. Don't anybody take offense to it, because it would have been a spirit, and nobody would have known about it. Is it possible that Donald Trump was a form of Donald McGinnis who knew Samuel Ball, because it was said that they were supposed to have found the the treasurer. Now people think it was the younger one, but it was actually the older Donald. Goodness. Now I say this because Donald Trump has connections to Oak Island, and he's saying that he's trying to bully us, bully Canadians. No one ever envisioned that any system built would be perfect. So they tried to limit the amount of damage that could be done by splitting the powers up and limiting what any branch could do. They clearly felt that the danger from an unchecked branch of government was much greater than having to live with the results of a flaw in the system for a period of time. Now, think of George Washington. Okay, I have strong reason to believe that George Washington was murdered and he didn't die of a cold or an infection from sinus. I believe that he was killed by Rickon, which is a breakdown within castor oil. And it can go undetected. It can be in powder. And it's said that Rickon was actually being used for warfare. It can be put in food. It can be put in air. So, but George Washington, he was more for the people. Okay, he wasn't really a rich man. Now, the reason, like, people still thinking, and I know that that spirit comes in, and I know the spirit is right upstairs because I can feel it. Now, I'm going to go and
now, in this busy week of diplomacy, world leaders are weighing out what a second.
Excuse me 1 minute.
US and former president's niece, Mary Trump, it could spell nothing but bad news for American democracy. She sat down with Michelle Martin to discuss her views.
I bought that book.
And her latest book, Who Could Ever Love You? Thanks, Christian. Mary Trump, thank you so much for speaking with us once again. And it's really very generous of you to have me back. Let's talk about the first book and how this one is different. Many people will remember that you wrote a book during the Trump presidency. It was called Too Much and Never Enough. It was a bestseller for lots of reasons. I think in part because
that was her father.
A lot of people's curiosity. Like, who is Donald Trump? What did writing that book do for you? Because it had to have been hard. I mean, the fact is, you dug into a lot of really painful episodes in your life, in your family's life. You're absolutely right. I had to think about these episodes in my family that I had not forgotten about exactly, but had put aside for decades. And the other interesting thing about having to do that at that time, because we were at a very crucial point in the Trump administration, we were about halfway through it when I started writing the book. We saw how much damage he was doing. We had no idea how much more damage there was to come. But I, in the interval between living the experiences and writing about them, I became a trained clinical psychologist. So I was able to bring that training to bear on the way I analyze the family as a member.
So did you hear that? A clinical psychologist. keep in mind Biden, everything he said about Biden. Maybe it's because he wanted to take all eyes off him. You know, a deflection, reflecting it off himself. Y tú puedes tratar de irse de time.
Of it and as an outsider.
This is
So
Donald Trump's news.
that actually helped in a way. It was extraordinarily important that I got the psychology right in that book. One of the things that I learned from your memoir, your second book, is that you really had not thought about a lot of these things for years. And I was just intrigued by that. Like, why do you think that is? Unfortunately, it's because of how my family spoke about my dad, how they treated my dad before I was born. So my father was perfectly ready to take over his dad's empire, drug management. He went to school and got a business degree. He knew that that was the role he was supposed to fulfill. It didn't go well. My grandfather had determined, for various reasons, some of them that are not logical, that my father was not the right person. And when things went south with his dad, he became a professional pilot for TWA at the dawn of the jet age. He went to ROTC, he was a second lieutenant in the National Guard. All of that was over before I was born. So I never knew that version of Freddie Trump. The man I knew was the man who had been completely dismantled by his father, who was, in fellow parlance, the alcoholic loser, who did not deserve respect or attention. And as you can imagine, between my dad's illness and the way my family treated him, it had a huge impact on my ability to have a relationship with my father. And then he died when I was 16, so we were never really able to establish a relationship that survived that at all. So why did you write this book? It's very complicated. Part of it has to do with the struggles I've been having since 2016. I went into lockdown on November 9th, 2016, well before COVID. I became very isolated. I took it extremely personally. I watched with horror and helplessly as Donald, dismantled my country and caused great harm to many, many people. And the first book actually did help me get out of that. I had agency in that. I feel like I had a role, which was a completely unexpected one. I mean, my life took a bizarre turn in 2020. But then a couple of years later, I found that I wasn't, COVID, people were emerging from COVID. I wasn't. I was still isolating. I just felt like I had been completely altered by the experiences of the previous 4 years. And I could not take advantage of all of the opportunities that were presenting themselves to me. And I couldn't figure out why. And I realized that it's because I hadn't finished doing the work. I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder from trauma that occurred when I was a child that I write about. And you can't cure PTSD, but you can manage it and mitigate it. I'd never done enough work in order to be able to do that. So trauma started piling up. And there was so much that was traumatizing about the 4 years Donald was in office. And I couldn't get back on my feet. And I realized in the fall of 2023 that I was essentially killing myself by continuing to isolate. There's a lot of self-loathing left after my trauma, and I just couldn't see my way through. So I thought it was really important that I tell that story so I could pick up the thread and follow it to a place that's hopefully better than the place I was in.
I gotta tell you that you are a wonderful writer and a very vivid writer.
know, it's brutal from the title. I mean, who could ever love you? And the book opens with you entering a trauma treatment facility. I'm just wondering, why you opened there and what the process of writing this book was for you. It was important for me to locate myself in the present or in the last 6 years, I guess, and when the book opened. And so I think part of it was also to acknowledge that we're all traumatized, whether we acknowledge it or not, whether we recognize it or not, whether we've done anything about it or not. We're all traumatized. Some of us from the politics starting in 2016.
I'm going to tell people again, I watched the thing where Donald Trump is telling people the way to get out of depression is to work more. So stress yourself more, right? Boom.
Some of us from COVID, some of us from both, some of us from the cruelties and the division that has become part of our everyday life now. And I think it's really important to acknowledge not just that I recognize that, but that I feel it too. Because that's why we tell these stories, not just to make sense of our traumas and our histories for ourselves, but to help other people gain insight as well, to the extent that that's possible. But one of the things I found interesting is that you do clearly feel that the family, the Trump family, it's almost like a metaphor for the country. How is it that you see the way the Trump family operates really does stand as a larger metaphor for where the country is now and the role that he's played in making it that way? We have changed as a country. The way I think about it is that weak systems tend towards their most dysfunctional member. And we have done this. We discussed the debate in terms that are favorable to Donald, as if it's some WrestleMania episode. We discussed the debate in terms of what Vice President Harris has to do, not what the criminal needs to do to make his case. And in my family, only one person mattered. My grandfather was the one who mattered, and he chose Donald to be the only other one who could matter. Everything was a zero-sum game. Only one person could win. Everybody else had to lose, which is why the rest of us struggled to find meaning. The rest of us struggled to find evidence that we mattered, right? And we see that. Cruelty was a currency in my family. Kindness was considered weakness. That's where we are now. If you want to be successful, we're told you need to be tough and cool and unyielding. And if you're kind, then you don't measure up. But that is where we are in the country. And we need to fight against that, I think. And so far we haven't succeeded. Let's go loop it back to the larger mission of this book. So what do you want us to draw from this? How do you want us to receive this? Donald Trump, by virtue of the family he came from, by virtue of the fact that he was raised in a particular way by one person, again, who was a sociopath, and my grandfather, and my grandmother, who was also deeply, deeply troubled person. Donald is an irreparably broken person. He has never done the work. This is not somebody who will get better. He will only get worse. We've seen it happening before our eyes. So it's not like he did some questionable things in his younger days and has made reparations. No, he has no insight into himself. And again, we've seen this in how he's governed. We see this in how he's campaigning. It's very clear that the rhetoric is getting more charged, it's getting more violent. The people, the number of people, and the kinds of people he's attacking And we just cannot withstand this kind of dysfunction. We barely withstood it the first time around. And, for anybody thinking, well, we voted them out and everything was fine. No, it wasn't. Things are worse now in terms of our politics than they were at the end of Donald's term. President Biden and Vice President Harris have done extraordinary work to try to get us back on our feet. But this race is essentially tied right now. That to me is a sign that we have a lot more work to do, and a lot of people either like what Donald was offering, which is terrifying stuff, or just don't know enough about what's really good.
I want people to also keep in mind that when they said about the 7 years, it was like 7 years we're going to be fine because they stopped the war, 7 years we're going to be fine, or what have you. But see, the way he is, he's going to do something to cross them because he's doing that to the people. Okay? It's not part of, that's what I said. He says good things. But is he giving lip service to cause more chaos and harm to the people? Is it possible that he was associated with the COVID outbreak? I'm allowed to ask these questions. I asked if about Canada being connected with that because it was like to make people sick and kind of put people in their place. It's like, don't disobey. Don't disobey the Father. Well, he acts like he's the Father. He's talking about changing the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. Seriously. I'm going to say it. It's frivolous shit that like some things are frivolous shit. And he's not helping with the bigger picture. He's just telling people work. Work so you can give him money, right? People say, well, he didn't take any money in his first thing. Well, how do you really know that he didn't? How do you know he wasn't doing something else? And I'm allowed to ask these questions. And if people don't like that, well, maybe you should stop asking questions. Or maybe you should start asking questions.
You've been writing with some exasperation about your view that the legacy media, for example, is not taking seriously the incoherence of many of the former president's statements, and that you feel that a double standard is being employed, where the Democrats are being asked to sort of be coherent and have coherent policies and to, adhere to kind of norms, but that it's not. And could you say more about that? The push to normalize Donald is breathtaking. And more recently, especially in light of, as you mentioned, the laser focus on President Biden's age and mental acuity. The lack of that, now that Donald is the oldest person ever to run for the presidency, is pretty shocking, especially given the fact that much of the time, Donald makes no sense at all. So it's as if the legacy media has decided that its job is not to report what he's saying, but to translate it for us. The problem is twofold. One, they're not telling us that's what they're doing. They're reporting it as if these are the things Donald is saying coherently. And secondly, they're not really translating it at all because it's gibberish, really, is untranslatable. What they're doing is they're imbuing meaning upon his words that actually doesn't exist within those words, which is much more dangerous. And we saw this in my family too. Like, Donald was the chosen child. He was the best, the greatest, the smartest. And none of that was in evidence. Right? That's what we had to buy into. We have existed since he came onto the scene and gained power in a very dark place. It feels, especially with COVID, but also with the treatment of the immigrant population, his treatment of the LGBTQ plus community, his treatment of women, that we've all been existing on this very narrow band of human experience. It's all been rage and fear and dissatisfaction. And to see the contradistinction between that and what Vice President Harris offers us, it's as if we've been in a dungeon and she's opened the door and we can be out in the sunshine again. And that's not spoken to at all. I don't want to make the book sound completely dire because it's not. There are sort of moments of brightness, moments of kind of revelation, which feels refreshing. So at the end of it, you do, I guess the question would be, where do you end up? Where are you now? It's still a work in progress, but I do hope it ends at a place of hope with the understanding that there is still a lot of work to do. I feel that part of the, again, this writing this book was that I was so stuck. And I had opportunities handed to me because of the first book that I wasn't able to take advantage of because I was so broken. And I wanted to change that. And part of that was recognizing that by virtue of some of the work I've done, by virtue of where Donald and I ended up, diametrically opposed to each other, as far apart as you could possibly be, both literally and metaphorically, I have some power here too, and I want to use it to help. I want to help change. I want to contribute, and that can be scary, but it's also a privilege. Well, it is a good thing because I will say, like I said at the beginning, that your expertise, your both professional expertise and your familial relationship came at a time, became public at a time when people really kind of wanted to understand, like, what's going on here? What do you hope your contribution will be going forward? Assuming we get through this election in a way that keeps us intact and keeps our democracy intact, I want to be part of a project that strengthens democracy so that we don't ever have to fight this fight again. I feel like we've been fighting this rearguard action against inclusion and fascism for years now, and it weakens us. There's a truth that it keeps us vulnerable. So we need to strengthen.
Fascism. Said about fascism. Who does that remind you of? It reminds you of who? Wasn't it said about Hitler? History repeating itself. Didn't he go up to a church and he held the Bible up? And he probably held it up upside down because the thing was hanging out the bottom. And usually people, like, here's my book and the Bible upright. Hey, the thing is New Age. So just, it's part of using your discernment. And it's like, if people don't like me for bringing this forward and just say, oh, it's a lie and stuff like that, it's not part of, if you're like thinking that because it's a lie, it's a lie. It sounds like someone else I know that everything is everything. It's not true. That's not true. It's this way. It's that. It's this way. I know that I'm working with Donald 44 on the time. Actually, it was 5444 on the timer. Like I know that sometimes it's like I'm experiencing the spirit of Donald Trump through someone else. and I'm being guided from spirits guiding me to bring forward things that maybe others don't, like most people don't know about unless you look into it. But spirit brings it to me because I knew nothing about her. She just come up on the feed.
In democracy. Actually, I don't think America's ever been a true democracy. We need to make it that. We need to make this country representative for all of its people who all have the same rights and as this is a level of playing field as we possibly can. But sort of more immediately, I really hope part of the conversation is that makes people feel that being a fully realized human being the kind of country that I think most of us want this country to be, we need to believe that kindness is a strength. We need to believe that empathy is the thing that unites us, is the thing that makes us better. And I would like to see this fallacious notion that cruelty is what makes us strong in the rearview mirror. It's unsustainable. Mary Trump, thank you so much for speaking with us.
Now, now, that's Donald Trump's niece. If you want to go watch, you're just coming in. Mary Trump, cruelty was a currency in Trump family. Amarpour and Company. That's who did it. Now, I'm going to go. I've got that. Now, I'm going to go to about Donald Trump's brother, Frederick Trump. Freddie Trump Jr. There it is. People say, oh, well, that's Wikipedia. Oh, well, you know, I've got 2 of her books on the way. Fred Trump Jr. Chris Trump Jr. There's a lot of Chris. Say, Christ. Well, you know, I said it before that, you know, people are saying about, like, with regards to Jesus, he didn't like corruption, he didn't like gambling or anything like that, and they go against all of what Jesus represents. Frederick Chris Trump Jr., October 14th, 39, September 81, was an American air pilot and maintenance worker, the eldest son of real estate businessman Fred Trump Sr. He fell out of his father's favor when he chose to become an airline pilot, leading to his younger brother Donald inheriting the family business. Both Fred Sr. and Donald disparaged Fred Jr. becoming a pilot. So they looked down on him because he became a pilot. So think of the armed forces. The armed forces are they not like they're still pilots, but he'll try to use the military, but it's part of the military are here to take down corruption and protect people, not to protect the ones in power. Both Fred Sr. and disparaged Fred Jr. from becoming a pilot. By the early 70s, he could no longer function as a pilot due to his alcoholism, a condition which also contributed to his fatal heart attack. Early life. Frederick Jr. was born in October 1938 as the first son of wealthy real estate developer Fred Trump and Mary Ann McLeod Trump in Queens, New York. In '56, Fred Jr. graduated from St. Paul's School. In the same year, his father, Fred Sr., donated money to have the playing fields redone in his honor, were renamed Trump Field. Trump attended Lahey University and joined an historically Jewish fraternity, Sigma Alpha Nu. Although he was not Jewish, he became president of the fraternity and graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in Business, also completing Reserve Officers Training Corps and entering the Air National Guard as a second lieutenant. So Trump is saying that he's all for the military and in the military or anyone like that, but they were against him. No money in it, right? Couldn't rip off the people. Middle life and career. In 1958, Trump, this is Trump, Fred Jr., met Linda Clapp while vacationing in the Bahamas. She later became a flight attendant and asked him for help finding an apartment near Idlewild Airport. They soon began dating. He proposed to her in '61. In early '62, they were married in Florida, and she resigned from the airline, which did not allow its flight attendants to be married. That's messed up. They settled in Manhattan and had their first child, Frederick Priest Trump III, in November '62. The next year, they moved into one of Fred Sr.'s apartments in Jamaica, Queens. During this time, Trump did maintenance jobs on his father's properties. Fred Sr. wanted his oldest son to be invulnerable so he could take over his real estate business, Trump and Sons, later known as the Trump Organization. But Fred Jr. was the opposite in personality. He cared about people, right? In '66, Fred Jr. was listed in newspaper as vice president of the company, but he had a difficult time working with his father. Fred Jr. left the company to pursue his dreams of being a pilot, quickly being accepted at Trans World Airlines, which created tension with his father. According to Fred Jr.'s daughter, Mary L. Trump, born '65, her grandfather dismantled him by devaluing and degrading every aspect of his personality. Both Fred Sr. and Donald mocked him for his decision to become an airline pilot, comparing it to being a bus driver or chauffeur. Wow, and did he go and work? Wasn't there a thing that when he was trying to get voted in, he went and he just started like giving people fries? That was a proposal. He did it to get the votes because obviously, if he's saying about like down, like what was it the word he used? Mocked him for his decision to become an airline pilot, comparing it to being a bus driver or a chauffeur. So hey, whoever is his pilot, he's got no respect for you because you're a pilot. You can have to the yesterday. You said alcoholism and death. By 1970, after a series of domestic incidents, Club asked Trump to leave their home and arrange for Fred Sr. to change the locks. So he became an alcoholic and he went through a lot of stuff because his father was downgraded. And just the other day, just yesterday, or what have you, I believe it was yesterday, I talked about domestic violence and how it affects everyone. When his alcoholism prevented him from continuing to function as a pilot, Trump returned to work for his father's business. He eventually moved into the unfurnished attic of his parents' house and again did maintenance on Trump properties. On September 26, on September 26th, at the age of 42, he died from a heart attack caused by his alcohol use. Aftermath. Donald Trump, who since 1976 has spoken publicly of his own absence from alcohol, initially cited from formative influence of his father's tutorialism. Just because a person doesn't drink or use drugs or smoke doesn't make you a good person. But later shifted credit to the adult experience with his brother, saying, every day he lectured me. Look at the mess I'm in. If I ever catch you smoking, you'll be sorry. Drinking even a glass of booze because you'll like it too much. Freddie did a good job. On March 16, 1994, Trump's mother stated in an interview with Irish broadcaster Bibi Baskin that we lost a son, our greatest, our we lost our son, our oldest son. He was 41, something a mother never forgets. In 1999, just after Fred Sr.'s funeral, Fred III's son, William Trump, was born with cerebral palsy. The Trump family agreed to pay for the child's medical expenses. When Fred Sr.'s will was revealed, it amended that Trump's children, Fred III and Mary, the one you just watched her video, would be excluded from their father's share of Fred Sr.'s inheritance. Over $20 million would be divided amongst Fred Sr.'s other children. Fred III and Mary filed a lawsuit alleging that their father's siblings, including Donald, exhibited undue influence on dementia adult Fred Sr. to cut them out of the inheritance. Donald, who later said was angry because they sued, suspended the medical benefits for Trump children as well as Fred III's infant son. According to Mary, she and Fred III sued to have the benefits reinstated, but only her infant nephew received some accommodations as a result. Mary's lawsuit was rejected by a New York State court, because they were picked up likely, citing that she had signed agreements that removed her ability to sue, but granted her more than $2.7 million. The judge found her to have willfully, he did, sorry, I messed up. The judge found her to have willfully acknowledged and signed the agreement and ruled that the agreement was neither coerced nor unfair. The court decision was upheld on appeal. In 2019, Donald Trump said about his brother's death, I do regret having put pressure on him as running the family business. How was Donald the one saying about him running the business when it was the father? Family business was just something he was never going to want. It was just not his thing. Of course not. Because he couldn't be cruel. I think the mistake that we, Donald and Fred Sr., made was we assumed that everybody would like running the business. That would be the biggest mistake. What he loved doing was flying airplanes. But yet, he insulted him and mocked him because he was an air pilot. Fake. He's a poser. He don't give two shits about you people. So that was about him. Now, it's that part of the not wanting oh, here it is. Oh, Trump fake electors plot. The Trump fake electors plot was a scheme to submit illegitimate certificates of assertiment to falsely claim U.S. President Donald Trump had won the electoral college vote in certain states following Trump's loss in the 2020 United States presidential election. After the results of the 2020 election demanded Trump had lost, the scheme was devised by him, his associates, and Republican Party officials in 7 states, and it formed a party of Trump and his associates attempt to overturn the 2020 United States presidential election. The intent of the scheme was to pass the illegitimate certificates to then Vice President Mike Pence in the hope he would count them, rather than the authentic certificates, and thus overturning Joe Biden's victory. So he was the one that wanted to cheat. The scheme was defended by a fringe legal theory developed by Trump attorneys. Kenneth Chesebro, Chesebro, and John Epstein, detailed in the Epstein memos, which claimed a vice president has the constitutional discretion to swap official electors with an alternative slate during the certification process, thus changing the outcome of the electoral college vote and the overall winner of the presidential race. The scheme came to be known as the Pence card. See, I know that, like I said, they have so much that, like, they work together, but things are happening and people are exposing things, and they don't want stuff like this to get out. And Donald Trump, wow, people know what you did to your wives. The spirit brings it to you. You don't like women. And your father was likely just like you with your mother. And that's why your niece said that her grandmother was not altogether. By June 2024, dozens of Republican state officials and Trump associates had been indicted indicted in 4 states for their alleged involvement. The federal Smith Special Counsel's investigation investigating Trump's role in the events. According to testimony, Trump was aware of the fake electoral scheme and knew that his team's plan for Pence to obstruct the certification of electoral votes was a violation of the Electoral Court Act. Trump's personal attorney, Ruby Giuliani, Giuliani, a central fixture in the plot, coordinated the scheme across the 7 states. In a conference call on January 2nd, 2021, Trump esteemed and Giuliani, I can't pronounce that, spoke to some 300 Republican state legislators in an effort to persuade them to convene special legislative sessions to replace legitimate Biden electors with fake Trump electors based on unfounded allegations of election fraud. Trump pursued the Justice Department to falsely announce it had found election fraud and had admitted to install a new acting attorney general who had drafted a letter falsely assisting such election fraud had been found in an attempt to persuade the Georgia legislature to concede and reconsider its Biden electoral votes. I talk about the Canadian Prime Minister too. I did a thing and I said, hey, dude, you really fucked your people and you fucked your children. You fucked up for your children too because you left your children and he left his children in this. Trump and Eastman asked Republican National Committee Chair Ronna McDaniel to enlist the committee's assistance in gathering fake contingent electors. A senator's chief of staff tried to pass a list of fraudulent electors to Pence minutes before the vice president was to certify the election. The scheme was investigated by the January 6th committee and is being investigated by the Justice Department. The January 6th committee's final report identified lawyer Kenneth Chesebro as the pilot's original architect. On October 20th, 2023, Chesebro, Chesebro, pleaded guilty in the state of Georgia to conspiring to file a false document and was sentenced to 5 years of probation. Seriously, how is that fair justice? Because if it was anybody else, shit would hit the fan and they wouldn't get probation. Now, I want to say, like the guy who the other there last night who told me that I needed to repent. When they crucified Jesus, before they crucified him, they were given a thing: either release a criminal, a murderer, or let Jesus go. And they released the murderer. Same as, like, there's probably going to be a lot come out. Not probably. There's going to be a lot come out. And it's that part of what did people really look into. And some may say, well, you're using Wikipedia. Anybody can change anything. Well, I'm here to tell you, yes, maybe people can change something, but people say, well, let's just change because, but I'm here to tell you, people can also put a lot of fake websites up because let's see, in 2016, I believe it was, they put a bunch of like youth with computers to make up a bunch of false stories. And what year was it Trump got in? Was it 2016? It's not just Trump I have something against. It's the leaders that are leading in corruption. They're not leading the people. They're leading in corruption. Because they're only in it for their pocketbook. Trump needed Elon Musk's money and all the other ones. And the O'Leary guy from Shark Tank, he needs Trump's money because he's talking about buying TikTok. And he says, oh, yes, everybody should join the United States. That Canada should join the United States. Seriously, dude, do you know that Canada and the United States were at war in 1812? The United States was trying to take over Canada. Background: the 2020 U.S. presidential election was held on November 3rd because they say all eyes are on North America, on the States, and even us in Canada. Did you ever play the game Risk? The 2020 U.S. presidential election was held on November 3rd, 2020, soon after Trump began. Now, held November of 2020, but it was saying that the election doesn't really happen until December. So how can it be in November if it doesn't happen until December? I did that part on here. So like it don't like I. Soon after, Trump began baselessly questioning the legitimacy of the election. On November 7th, major news organizations called the election for Biden, and he gave a victorious speech that evening. Trump refused to concede, and continued to express doubt over the election's results. Trump's refusal to leave office. The fake electoral plot was in, cons- in, concert, in cons- concert with Trump's refusal to ever leave office and the White House after the end of his term. Maggie Huberman was described how Trump initially recognized had, he had lost the election, but then expressed he would never leave. Trump seemed to recognize that, okay, and this is the thing. Trump seemed to recognize he had lost Biden. He asked advisors to tell him what had gone wrong. Now, I don't believe like that Donald Trump's mental health uh, should be able to like not. I don't believe. Okay, I believe that Donald Trump's mental health affects his judgment. He asked advisors to tell him what had gone wrong. He confronted one advisor saying, he, "We did our best." Trump told junior press aides, "I thought we had it," seemingly almost embarrassed by the outcome, according to Huberman. Then his attitude seemed to change. "I'm just not going to leave." Well, we all knew he said that. Trump told one aide, according to Huberman, "We're never leaving." Trump told another, "How can we leave when we won an election?" He was even overheard asking the chair of the Republican National Committee, Ronna McDaniel, "Why should I leave if they stole it from me?" I believe before he is able to be put in power, there should be a psychological evaluation done on him extensively. And it should be by somebody who can actually sit down and read him. You know, they do it in when they take people in who've done crimes and what have you, where they send somebody in who can read the person, whether they're lying or not. But I'm talking about a psychological evaluation, sitting and having a conversation with him and actually putting the pieces of the puzzle together. Kaya dapat ko visualize kaya ano ko pagkatariya sa tura pagkaya tunong kay anak ay ha ay sulok ay haoy mo ko This was confirmed by the testimony of Jenna Ellis in the Georgia election racketeering prosecution. In December 2020, after Trump lost the election, while he was standing in a hallway near the Blue Room of the White House, Sam Carvinin or Scavino, Scavino, told Ellis that Trump would refuse to leave office. Ellis recalled, Ellis recalled, and he said to me, "You know, I'm kind of excited in, in a kind of excited tone. Well, we don't care, and we're not going to leave. The boss is not going to leave under any circumstances. We are just going to stay in power." Lots of state legislation to choose electors. On November 4th, the day after the election, White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows received a text message calling for an aggressive strategy of having the Republican led legislation legislature free on cold states just send their own electors to vote and have it go to the Supreme Court. The message was reportedly sent by Trump's Secretary of Energy, Rick Perry. And keep in mind that Joe Rogan even said that he would not endorse Donald Trump, but he endorsed him. So what do they have on certain people? Because they're saying that they're bringing out the Epstein list, they're bringing out the P. Diddy list, stuff like that. So it's that part of, see Donald Trump buddy with Epstein. And it was in a picture of Donald Trump and Epstein and Epstein's girlfriend, Melania. And Melania, she looked like she was totally strung right out. On November 5th, Roger Stone dictated a message saying that any legislative body that has overwhelming evidence of fraud can choose their own electors to cast electoral college votes. The same day, Donald Trump Jr. sent a text message to Meadows outlining paths to subvert the electoral college process and ensure his father a second term. Oh, okay, Donald Trump. Okay. He wrote, "It's very simple. We have multiple paths. We control them all. We have optional control, total leverage, moral high ground, protest, must start second term now." Trump Jr. continued, "Republicans control 28 states, Democrats 22 states." Once again, Trump wins, adding, "We either have a vote, WE, control, and WE, win, or okay, this is what we either have a vote, we in capital letters, control, and we in capital letters, win, or in capital letters, it gets kicked out of Congress on January 26, 2021. So they're trying to bully people. Okay? Trump's daughter, I know you got a story to tell. And Barron probably does too. Because I've seen things with Barron and what have you. And like, I hope that he didn't get put in that same thing, but it seems like his own father, Donald, is using him for platforms. On November 6th, Congressman Andy Briggs sent a text message to Meadows asking about efforts to encourage Republican legislators in certain states to send alternative slates of electors, to which Meadows replied, "I love it." Senator Mike Lee and Meadows exchanged a series of text messages referring to Sidney Powell's alleged interest in pursuing a fake electoral clause. On November 8th, Lee wrote, "Sidney Powell is saying that she needs to get in to see the president, but she's being kept away from him. Apparently, she has a strategy to keep things alive and put several states back in play. Can you help her get in?" 2 days later, he texted Meadows that he found Powell to be a straight shooter, though he raised doubts about her to Meadows after her November 19th press conference, during which she described elaborate conspiracy theories. Lee sent a text to Meadows on December 8th, emphasizing a very small handful of states were to have their legislative appoint alternative slates of delegates, there could be a path to which Meadows replied, "I am working on that as of yesterday." Sleta Mitchell, Sleta Mitchell, who participated in the Trump Rivenshary's phone call. Trump and RAFFENSPRPERGER phone call effort to reverse Georgia election results, testified to the January 6th committee that the alternate electoral plot was actually Mike Lee's idea, telling Mitchell it would be the sweet spot to engage Senate Republicans. The committee found that Lee later expressed grave concerns about the idea to a top Trump legal advisor as January 6th approached. On November 9th, Ginny Thomas, wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, emailed 29 Arizona lawmakers, including Assembly Speaker Russell Bowers and Shauna Bullock, engaging them to pick a clean slate of electors and telling them that the responsibility was yours and yours alone. 1960 Hawaii electors dispute. In 1960, Hawaii expressed a close presidential race between Richard Nixon and John F. Kennedy, and its electoral outcome was unclear by December 19, 1960. When the electors were required to cast their votes, although the national race was already called for Kennedy, regardless of Hawaii's results, both Democratic and Republican electoral slates were created, with the governor certifying the Republican electors as Nixon was currently in the lead pending a recount. Democratic electors would also sign and deliver their own electoral certificates and assist a Kennedy victory using virtually the same language that the false Trump electors would later employ in 2020, with no Kibitz mentioned to Washington, D.C. on January 6, 1961. The Vice President Nixon received all three slates of electoral certificates and only certified the second post-recount Democratic slate. Nixon stated that the event should not be used to establish a precedent. A court case from the incident resulted in a ruling that the ultimately certified Democrat electors were legitimate. A ruling or decision regarding the official uncertified slate of Democratic electors was never made in Congress or court. Use your own discernment. Chesebro and Trump campaign strategist Boris EPSHTEYN would cite the Hawaii election as the precedent to justify their alternative election plan in 2020, with Chesebro in particular claiming that it demonstrated the alternate slate of electors who permissible and that the deadline for the electoral results was not the December electoral vote, the certification on January 6th. Others involved in the plan, particularly in Georgia, would later cite the initial uncertified Democratic electors from 1960 in an effort to defend themselves from prosecution, saying the similarities in Kennedy legal charges in 1960 and 2020 cases provided them with legal cover for their actions. Some differences between 19 included the inclusion of alternate electors or presents false claims of national election fraud in 2020 instead of an ongoing recount as in 1960. By contrast, alternative Trump electors would continue to meet even after recounts with no changed results. Other differences included the fact that the accepted 1960 Hawaiian Democratic election state was certified by the state's Republican governor, while none of the Trump alternative elector slates were endorsed by their respective states' governors. That Hawaii's election had considerably more doubt regarding the eventual victor, and the Trump alternate electors being part of a large strategy that overturned the election results nationwide, rather than focusing on the issues in particularly close states. Recognizing that the alternative electoral certificates might be legally challenged, and alternate Trump electors included contingent language in the electoral certificates to avoid charges. Now, they did the counts and did the counts. Well, they figured out if there was fraud. So, is it possible that Donald Trump actually committed fraud this time? He did doctor stuff. And I know that, I get blocked because 4-4 on the timer, I get blocked. And, I know that the big wigs that, they don't want to be exposed because there's many people out there exposing them. But, because I bring this forward, I get blocked. But if it's everything else, because I did say that Donald Trump had great ideas, but it's that part of is he just doing it and then going to fuck people over later. Because, on November 18th, attorney Kenneth Jesbro sent a memo to attorney Jim Troupis, Troupis, who represented the Trump campaign in Wisconsin. The memo laid out the general approach of a strategy involving alternative electors. Jesbro also wrote a December 6 memo that outlined a strategy for 6 states, as well as a December 9 memo sent to Troupis that instructed on how to legally appoint alternate electors in Wisconsin and provided the exact format for the false documents they should sign. The memos came to the attention of Ginlian, Giuliani, Eastman, and others as the broad strategy unfolded. Jesbro's memos outlined a plan to have Pence ultimately count slates of electoral votes, including alternative pro-Trump electors, in contrast or contested states instead of their official and certified electors. This strategy would be supported with a managing campaign by having electors mimic normal procedures related to the official electors, such as meeting in state capitals on December 14th to cast fake ballots and sign alternate certificates. The memos acknowledged conflicts with procedures laid out in the Electoral Court Act, but alleged that they were unconstitutional. They also established January 6th, the date of constitutional certification of electors, as a hard deadline for setting electoral results. Jessicabro's memo were used as a bias of a nationwide operation to organize the fake electors with day by day consideration or coordination between Trump's lawyers, Trump's presidential campaign, and Republican Party officials. You know, he's a gambler. Or he has a freaking casino, right? You know, they might also look into figuring out, because didn't they say that P. Diddy would take women to hotels? Maybe they checked. Maybe Trump's hotel was one of the places that he took the victims to. Because there are pictures of Trump with P. Diddy, and they're buddies. And there are pictures with Trump and Epstein, and they're buddies. Did he figure, who was it? Who had the power to kill Epstein? Okay. And now don't they have P. Diddy in protective custody? But people are saying that he's threatening people on the outside. You know, someone who rapes women and children and boys and men, rapes anyone, drugs them, because there have been so many victims. And with Trump, only certain ones he's getting sentenced to, but he should be going for the things that he's done. He should be going to jail because it's his money that's buying him out, and his blackmail. Because you know damn well that he's blackmailing people. Do I know this for sure? Well, that's my thoughts, but time will tell. The House Select Committee on January 6th attack included the Ruby, Giuliani and Mark Meadows were involved in the early stage of the plan, as was Donald Trump, who asked on December 7th or 8th for research into whether a fake electoral scheme would be possible. According to Trump campaign lawyer Joshua Finley, in his testimony to the committee wrote in its final report that Trump was driving the fake electoral plan by December 7th or 8th, and that he was collaborating with Rudolph, and then that last name, Giuliani, on the plan's implementation, implement, implementation. I'm getting loose today as I am today by December 3rd or by December 13th or 14th. Both Meadows and Rudolph were informed that the White House counsel's office review of the plans to use alternate electors concluded that the scheme was not legally sound. In July 2022, Politico acquired an email that OANN anchor Christina Bobb sent to several Trump attorneys and allies. The email was dated December 13th, 2020, the day before electors met across the country to certify their state's election results. It showed that Mike Roman, Trump's 2020 director of Election Day operations, had spoken with teams around the country focused on the effort to appoint false electors, reporting developments back to her, which she then relayed to the email recipients. Those recipients include Rudolph, Jenny Els, Boris EPSHTEYN, and one-time Trump attorneys Joe Digenova, DIGENNOVA, and his wife Victoria Tosin, TOENSING. The New York Times obtained dozens of emails in July 2022 showing communications about the scheme among Trump associates in December 2020. The emails showed discussions of how to create lists of people who would baselessly claim to be electors in key states Trump had lost. One attorney in the detailed discussions, Jack Wilenchik, WILENCHIK, described to EPSHTEYN, and what was his first name? Boris, okay? A strategy of sending in fake electoral votes to Pence so that someone in Congress can make an objection when they start continuing votes and start arguing that the fake votes should be counted. Wilenchik repeatedly referred to these electors as fake, later suggesting they be referred to as alternative, appending, and smiling emoji. One email informed many of the president's top advisors that naming Trump fake electors in Michigan was not possible due to the state capitol building being closed due to pandemic elections. Now, there's one thing I want to ask. Four on the timer. Robert Kennedy. You never hear about him. And was it not saying that he was for the environment and Robert Kennedy was originally going to go and be one of the ones that Donald Trump would go up against. So what happened there? Why did he join it? Like, I don't see any more of Robert Kennedy coming up on my feed on TikTok, and I used to see it all the time. One email informed many of the president's top advisors that naming Trump fake electors in Michigan was not possible due to the state capitol building being closed due to pandemic restrictions. The email showed that progress reports on the scheme were routed to Rudolph and in one case to Meadows. Many of the emails went to Boris, were routed to Boris or Rudolph, in one case to Meadows. Many of the emails went to Boris, a post Trump advisor who was acting as a coordinator between people in the campaign, the White House, and others. Now, don't they say that Donald Trump is, he wants to put all his people in there? Seriously, that's dangerous. Do you guys not know that? He's talking about doing a tax so that it only benefits his rich buddies. But to his rich buddies, let's put it this way, he's going to fuck you over. Boris was also a regular point of contact for Eastman. Now, I'm not bringing this forward so that somebody goes and tries to unalive Donald Trump, because that's not the way to do it. Because usually if you're trying to, like sometimes if you're trying to unalive somebody, you're trying to shut them up. So they'll need to be tried and convicted and actually sentenced to whatever any other person would get. Someone in government, a president or a prime minister or anything, should not have immunity and should not be given special privileges because they're the ones that's supposed to be setting the example. They're the ones that the people are entrusting, and they're abusing their power and manipulating the people. Kimo ko tayo na. Sigurito siya lang kasi. Shit. Boris, it was EPSHTEYN, was also a regular point of contact for Eastman. The emails showed that Mike Roman played a significant role in finding ways to challenge the election results. Wilnichkit, WILNCHIK, wrote a strategy by Kelly Ward the Arizona Republican Party chair to keep it under wraps until Congress counts the votes January 6th. So we can try to surprise the Dems and media with it. I tend to agree with them. So your mainstream media, like, you know, on December 13th, 2020, Robert Sinners, the campaign's election operation director for Georgia, emailed state Republicans planning to cast alternate electorals for Trump. Sinners wrote, "Your duties are imperative to ensure the end result, a win in Georgia for President Trump, but will be hampered unless we have complete secrecy and discretion." The email surfaced in June 2022. See, these are things that you don't know because this is stuff that's not coming out in your mainstream media. Spirit brought this stuff to me. The Trump campaign coordinated sending the alternate electoral certificates to Pence on January 6th in time for congressional certification of electors. Federal law required the physical presence of electoral certificates on the floor of Congress during certification. When the alternate certificates from oh my gosh, I did I screwed it up. Wisconsin and Michigan were running late. Trump campaign officials sent flights to Washington, D.C. with other fake electoral certificates with those states. Senator Ron Johnson and Representative Scott Perry, as well as GOP congressional staff, took part in plans to deliver the fake certificates to Pence. Events in individual states. On December 14th, in accordance with law, the local electors of the Electoral College met in each state capital and in the District of Columbia and formalized Biden's victory with 306 electoral votes cast for Biden and 232 electoral votes for votes cast for Donald Trump. On the same day that the true electors vote, at the discretion of Trump campaign officials, alternate slates of Republican electors convened in 7 states, most of which Biden had won by relatively small margin: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, to sign false certificates of ascertainment. This was ostensibly in case OSTENSIBLY in case Texas versus Pennsylvania ruled in favor of Trump. However, that case was thrown out on December 11th, 2020, 3 days before electoral vote was to occur. A fact that was withheld from most of the fake electors by Ginalinia, G-I-U-L-I-A-N-I, weird name, and Decibro. In each case, the false electors signed a facsimile of the Electoral College certificate and ascertainment proclaiming Trump and Pence victors and sent it to the National Archives in Congress, into Congress. Que el otro día, ahora sí, ni yo que se la categoría de su categoría de categoría de su categoría de the alternative electoral certificates for Pennsylvania and New Mexico continued language indicating they would take effect only if the Trump campaign's challenge to the election results were sustained by the courts. In the other 5 states, the alternate certificates contained no indication that they were not genuine, and those states are prosecuting the alleged claim. The self-proclaimed electors have no legal standing, and the National Archives did not accept the documents publishing the official Biden results from those states as results of the election. See, I read a thing because I was looking up because Donald Trump, he asks, like, he's like religious and what have you. And I was looking, and they said that he found God when he was shot at. Now, I'm almost questioning the shooting of whether or not it was fake, staged. And why I say that is because, think of an actor. When they do the shooting and they do the blood, right? They have caps. Because I saw 2 pictures, and in the 2 pictures, they were pictures, but in one, it was in one ear, on one ear, and then in another, it was on the other ear. It's like when you get the blooper. On the same note, in Arizona, the fake electors met on December 14th, 2020, at the state Republican Party headquarters. The Arizona falsified electoral documents were produced and sent by a group that claimed to represent the sovereign citizens of the great state of Arizona. The document made in Arizona had a missile facsimile, smiling, FACSIMILE of the state seal. The Arizona Republican then posted on its Twitter account a video of party members signing the certificates, and issued a press release. Now, I want to say, like, you got Twitter. They're saying about Twitter. You got Twitter. I have a Twitter account. I don't use it very often. The only time I really go in is to check the Schumann residence. And whenever I go in there, the main one that's tweeting is Elon Musk. And he was tweeting about all the politics and what happened. Justin Trudeau used to tweet a lot on there, but I don't see a lot of his. But mainly when I scroll through, it's all about like what Elon Musk is putting up. It's a part of what platforms are failing. There's more of the time, or as I said that, Georgia, the 16 potential electors for Trump in Georgia were chosen before the election, as is typical. After Biden won the election, and days before the scheduled casting of electoral votes, the Republican electors received calls asking them to come to the Capitol to cast alternate fake ballots. 4 members of the Republican electoral slate declined to participate, including former U.S. Senator Johnny Isakson, ISAKSON, and were replaced. Georgia fake electors convened in a meeting room at the Georgia State Capitol at the same time the true electors were meeting in the Senate chamber. Unlike in some other states, one case, Trump versus Rafus Rafenspetger, was still pending at the time. Now, might be saying, well, but you're coming on there and all you're doing is reading. Well, I've seen a lot of people come on here and all they're doing is reading. The falsified documents were then sent to the U.S. Senate and the National Archives by Rudolph and Jessubrow's team. Rudolph, Giuliani. Michigan. The Michigan fake electors met in the basement of the state Republican Party headquarters on December 14, 2020, after Michigan Republican Party chair Laura Cox successfully opposed a plan to have the false electors hide overnight in Michigan State Capitol. They do a lot of things in the basement, don't they? 4-4 on the timer as I said that. They produced and signed multiple documents falsely stating they were the duly elect and classified electors in the 2020 U.S. presidential election and containing electoral votes for Donald Trump. The documents were then sent to the U.S. Senate and National Archives, as well as the Office of the Federal Register. Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson and the federal U.S. District Court for the Western District of Michigan. 4 fake electors later that day attempted to enter the Michigan State Capitol with state representatives Derry Rendon, DAIRERENDON, appearing to present the falsified certificate to gain entry into the building and claiming to be true electors, but they were turned away by the Michigan State Police. Nevada, on December 5th, 2023, a grand jury indicated 6 Republicans, all of whom pleaded not guilty. The case is set to go to trial on January 13th, 2025. Oh, did anybody know that? That's next week. No, wait. Yeah, that's next week. That's going to trial. Donald Trump is supposed to be being sentenced. A Clark County judge dismissed the charges against the defendants on January 21st, 2024, ruling the court lacked appropriate jurors to hear the case, which, who was paid there? So somebody did some dirty, pulling some strings, doing some dirty, eh? Blackmail, maybe? I find out that a lot of the ones in the like in the court systems and stuff like that, you find out they're a little dirty, aren't they? New Mexico. New Mexico's alternate electoral certificates continued language that indicated they would only be valid in the event that Trump prevailed in legislation to be declared the winner of 2020 elections in New Mexico. New Mexico was an outliner among the 7 states as Biden won the solidly Democratic state by over 10 points. Now, isn't it that, doesn't Donald Trump really almost despise Mexicans? He wants to cage them in. Wow. Pennsylvania. Jessebro noted that advancing false electors in Pennsylvania was particularly dicey because state law requires the governor, Democratic Tom Wolf, to approve electors. Some Republicans were as Trump electors were uncomfortable continuing to portray themselves as legitimate electors after Biden was declared the winner of the 2020 election in Pennsylvania. Plus, their concerns, the alternate electoral certificates were rewarded. REWORD to contain language indicating that they would only hold legitimacy if Trump prevailed in court efforts to overturn the election results. Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, one of the 10 fake electors was Robert F. Spindel, a member of the 6-person Wisconsin Elections Commission. Spindel was appointed to the commission by Wisconsin Senate Majority Leader Devin LeMahieu, LeMahieu, subsequent to the fake elector pilot. Millen Lemahieu, I think it's Mealyhue, reappointed Spindel to another 6-year term. In May 2022, a civil lawsuit was filed against Wisconsin's 10 fake electors and 2 attorneys who collaborated with them. After more than a year of discovery and filings, the 10 fake electors, including Spindel, agreed to a partial settlement of the case in December 2023. They acknowledged that their actions were part of an attempt to improperly overturn the 2020 presidential election results. They further stated, "We hereby reaffirm that Joseph R. Biden Jr. won the 2020 presidential election and that we were not the duty elected presidential electors for the state of Wisconsin of the 2020 presidential election. We oppose any attempt to undermine the public's faith in the ultimate results of the 2020 presidential election. This settlement represented the first time that fake electors voters anywhere in the country had formally replicated their electoral claims. After Spindle acknowledged his part in filing fraudulent paperwork, the Wisconsin Secretary of State, Sarah Godlewski, Godlewski, in her capacity as the current holder of the office, which had received the false paperwork, demanded that Spindle be removed from his seat on the Wisconsin Election Commission by Lemieux. Lemieux, however, retired his support for Spindle. Also in December 2023, CNN reported that Kenneth Jessobro, who was also a defendant in the previously mentioned civil suits, which cooperated with officials in Wisconsin, the first indication that a formal investigation was underway in the state. See, I don't recall, I don't believe that this stuff was on the news. And I know, Donald, well, you got control. Like, hey, you're all working together. 4-4, as I said that means I'm on the right path. I had somebody tell me sometimes you got to speak your language. So do I need to be a narcissistic psychopath? But wait, no. In June 2024, Wisconsin Attorney General Josh Kaul, Kaul, something like that, indicated Jessobro, Troupis, Troupis, and Roman on felony forgery charges, alleging they delivered fake Wisconsin electoral papers to staffers for Republican Congressman Mike Kelly in an effort to have them given to Pence. Now, I'm going to say it again. They all conspired. And if the court system is letting them go, why is it like they should not be immune to it? And they should get what any other person would get for doing it. Now the algorithms again because I stopped reading, right? Trying to make me look like a fool. Well, I'm not the one going like up on a podium and acting like I'm all holier than thou. When you're the biggest crook, like one of the biggest crooks in the world. And I know that, like somebody I know, they freaking they said that they looked into Donald Trump. Well, how deep did you go? Not being rude, I'm saying, like, are you going to be ready for what's going to come? Like, he's already saying of what he's going to do. If people want to be part of the United States, move to the United States. Seriously. If you think Canada should be part of the United States, how about instead of Canada becoming part of the United States, how about you just move to the United States if you like it that much? Later developments. The alternate slates were part of the White House plan for contesting the election, as Trump advisors Stephen Miller described on television on December 14th. The alternate electors were intended to replace those electors' certificates by their respective states based on election results. The strategy was explicitly spelled out in the John S. Eastman memo, the existence of competing slates of electors was intended to provide justification for Congress to disallow the results from the 7 states. All of the alternate elector certificates were prepared for similar language, formatting, and fonts as reported, thus indicating that the state efforts were coordinated. The Washington Post and CNN reported in January 2022 that Rudolph, Giuliani, led Trump campaign officials in coordinating the plan across the 7 states. Jessipro and Chris met with Trump in the Oval Office on December 16th. Trump told the president that his chances of winning Wisconsin were over. But Jessipro said the fake electors gathered in Arizona and 6 other states still gave Trump an opening to continue challenging the results. This caused so much havoc. Boris Epshteyn asserted slates of alternate electors were not fraudulent and it is not against the law. It is according to the law. He was among the members of Trump's team presented in Willard Hotel Command Center that sought to prevent Pence from certifying Biden's election on January 6th. Major interference. Politico reported in July 2022 that Mike Roman, Trump's 2020 director of Election Day operations, delivered the fraudulent certificates to Matt Story, Stroia, and then Chief of Staff from Congress, Mike Kelly. That guy then directed a colleague to dispute copies of Capitol Hill. Kelly said Matt Storia had received the certificates, but denied any involvement of his office in this distribution. Kelly was a Trump ally in the effort to overturn the 2020 election. The January 20 committee disclosed during a June 2022 hearing that Sean Riley, Chief of Staff, the Senate, Ron Johnson, attempted to pass fraudulent elector certificates to a top Pence aide minutes before the vice president was to verify the election results, but was rebuffed. Johnson said his office received the certificates from Kelly's office, and that his personal involvement lasted a couple seconds. On December 22nd, Ivan Raiklin, Raiklin, as associate of Michael Flynn and a former Special Forces officer who presented himself as a constitutional attorney, tweeted to Trump a 2-page memo entitled Operation Pence Card, describing how the vice president met reject elect from states Biden won, and in which Trump alleged fraud. Trump tweeted the Rickling tweet, Raikl tweet. Jeffrey Clark, an assistant attorney general for the Environmental and National Resource Division, was introduced to Trump by Republican Congressman Scott Perry. Clark and Perry discussed a plan for Clark to draft a letter to Georgia officials stating the DOJ had identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states, urging the Georgia legislature to convene a special session for the purpose of considering issues pertaining to the appointment of presidential elections. Clark presented the draft letter on December 28th to Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen and his deputy Richard Donahue for their signatures. They rejected the proposal and the letter was never sent. Rosen and Donahue also resisted pressures from Trump to announce the DOJ had found election fraud. Attorney General Bill Barr had resigned days earlier after announcing that no election fraud of consequence had been found, telling Trump that allegations he had associated espoused were bullshit. Rosen and Donahue declined Trump's request to just say that the election was corrupt, plus leave the rest to me and our congressman, according to notes Donahue took during a phone call with the president. The continuing resisting communicate CULMINATED in the Oval Office meeting, during which Trump proposed replacing Rosen with Clark, which was abandoned when Rosen advised the president that the proposal would trigger mass resignations at the DOJ. Boy, me parece ABC News chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl reported that on New Year's Eve 2020, White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows sent a memo drafted by Trump attorney Jenna Ellis to a top Pence aide containing a detailed plan to overturn the election results. The plan entailed Pence returning the electoral results to 6 battleground states on January 6th, with the deadline of January 15th for the states to return them. If any state did not return the electoral slate by that date, neither Trump nor Biden would hold a majority. So the election would be thrown through the House for a vote to determine the winner. Per the Constitution, in such a scenario, the vote would be conducted on the basis of party control of state delegations to the federal House of Representatives, with Republicans holding 26 of 50, presumably giving Trump the victory. On January 2nd, 2021, Trump, Rudolph, Giuliani, Eastman, and others held a conference call with some 300 legislation of key states to provide them purported evidence of election fraud to justify calling special sessions of their legislatures in an attempt to decertify their slates of Biden electors. 3 days later, dozens of lawmakers from the 5 key states wrote Pence to ask him to delay the January 6th final certification of electors for 10 days to allow legislators the opportunity to reconsider their state certifications. Holy crap. I'm stuffing up right now. On January 5th, Congressman Jim Jordan forwarded to Meadows a text message he had received from Joseph Zitzitz, or SCHMITZ, which I find that strange because when I was looking into my ancestral line, that last name also means Smith. A Trump 2016 campaign foreign policy advisor, Smititz, wrote, or not Smititz, SCHMITZ, wrote that on January 6th, Pence should call out all electoral votes that he believes are unconstitutional, as no electoral votes at all. SCHMITZ was previously a Bush administration Pentagon Inspector General and a Blackwater executive. Trump falsely insisted that Pence had the authority to reject electoral college results, but Pence told the president on January 5th, 2021, that he did not believe he did. While the January 6th attack was in progress, Trump tweeted, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country or our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a correct set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth. See, the thing is, I'm not picking sides. I might say something but I'd say the same thing. I look through, into Harris, and like Trudeau's going now, so now it's going to be Pierre Poilievre, and it's a part of you got to find the right person. And it's not about putting somebody in there who's rich or wealthy. Some in the crowd began chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." Seriously, hang someone. Have we not grown up? I know they say execution, and I'll tell you right now, my 8th grade Grammy, her nephews were hung in the courtyard, and everyone watched and brought their children. The hanging is to set an example, but pretty sure they hung the wrong people. It's the part of, were they tired of, were they being bullied? I'm allowed to ask these questions. You're my neighbor. It's my neighbor, and he's saying about like Canada joining, and hey, shit, man. Former White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson certified to the January 6th committee that Trump indicated his approval of the chant. After the attackers were expelled from the Capitol, Pence counted the authentic certificates to certify Biden's victory. People act like we're still back like in those times. If the justice system actually worked and worked properly, then they would be convicted. And I understand, and they should go. Like if they like the stuff that they've been doing. Oh yeah, I'm not saying that if somebody's doing a crime, it's a part of, hey, when is the killing ever going to stop? Like seriously, people want peace, but they want to keep killing people. You know, maybe elections aren't good for the people. And I'm not saying put somebody who like doesn't want to do for the people, only wants to do for themselves. And I hope, like, when they say that they're taking all the corruption down and taking the money from them and stuff like that, I hope they're talking about themselves too. Investigations. Despite assumptions about Eastman's role, the January 6th committee's final report, which was released on December 22nd, 2022, named lesser-known lawyer Kenneth Jesabro as the pilot's original proponent, Proponent. Jesabro pleaded guilty to conspiracy charges in the Georgia election, racketeering prosecution, and by December 2022 was cooperating with similar investigations in at least 4 other states. In early 2021, the watchdog group America Oversight obtained copies of the false documents from the National Archives via a Freedom of Information request. They published them on their website in March 2021. However, the documents were largely overlooked until the story was reported by Politico reporter Nicholas Wu in January 2022. Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel announced in January 2022 that after a months-long investigation into the Michigan certificate, she had asked the Justice Department to be a criminal investigation, closing the Michigan investigation. Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco days later confirmed the Justice Department was examining the matter. Nestle announced in January 2023 that she was reopening her investigation because I don't know what the federal government plans to do. In January 2022, in Pennsylvania, the Pennsylvania Attorney General's office said that the conditional statement of the documents caused them not to meet the standards of 4G. However, the New Mexico Attorney General referred to the matter to federal prosecutors, even though their documents had a similar conditional statement. My rear end hurts. I've sat here before, like last night I sat on here for like 4 hours and my butt didn't hurt. On January 22nd, or on June 22nd, 2022, the Justice Department issued subpoenas to Georgia Republican Party Chair David Schaffer, and other party officials who allegedly signed a document claiming to be Trump electors and to a Virginia man who worked on the Trump campaign's effort in Arizona and New Mexico. Other alleged false Trump electors in Michigan also received subpoenas, though it was not clear whether there were federal or state. Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel had also been investigating the fraudulent electoral scheme. The FBI also served a search warrant on Nevada Republican Party Chair Michael McDonald and sought to serve a warrant on Party Secretary James D. Graffenreid. Both men had signed a fraudulent certificate of ascertainment. FBI agents interviewed Sam DeMarco, chair of the Allegheny County, Pennsylvania's Republican Party, at his home the next day. Politico reported concurrently that Arizona Republican Chair Kelly Ward and her husband had also been subpoenaed, but did not specify when. On July 2022, Fulton County, Georgia District Attorney Fani Willis had notified 16 Republicans that they were targets of her criminal investigation. During its fourth political hearing, the January 6th committee presented a video excerpt of a disposition from Republican National Committee Chair Ronna Daniel. She stated that Trump was finally aware of the fake electoral plans, as he and Eastman had called her to enlist the committee's assistance to gather these contingent electors in case any of the legal challenges that were ongoing changed the result of any of the states. The committee also heard testimony from Greg Jacob, counsel for Mike Pence, that Mr. Eastman admitted in the January 4 Oval Office meeting with Mr. Trump present, and that his plan to have Mr. Pence obstruct the electoral certification violated the Electoral Court Count Act. The Washington Post reported on July 26, 2022, that the Justice Department was examining Trump's role. Prosecutors had asked grand jury witnesses hours of detailed questions above conversations between Trump, his attorneys, and others about the scheme. Pence's former chief of staff, Mark Short, and counsel Greg Jacob, who had advised Pence to reject Eastman's Pence card scheme, had testified before the grand jury. The Smith Special Counsel investigation, established in November 2022, examined the fake electoral scheme. And in 2023, at least 2 fake electorals testified before the grand jury in exchange for limited immunity. Wow! Discipline platoon aşağıda kesin ve tatay. And I have to say, like, you know, did the people really vote him in? Or like, this one, did people really vote him in? Or was there this kind of fraud? Because if he'll do it for this, he'll surely do it for his own. The Arizona Attorney General sent a cease and desist letter to the group representing the fake electors on the illegal use of the state seal. They were using the state seal. I don't know a lot about politics, but I do know how to read, and I do know right from wrong. By May 2023, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays was ramping up a criminal investigation into the signing and transmission of fake certification of a certificate. By this time, at least 8 of the 16 Republicans who participated in the Georgia scheme had accepted immunity deals to cooperate in Fani Willis in her investigation. In March 2024, Mays issued subpoenas to several of the fraudulent electors and identified members of the Trump campaign, requiring them to appear before a grand jury. Mays also indicated that the investigation was nearing conclusion. And I know, like, with regards to what people are saying, fake news. CNN reported in June 2023 that Roman had entered into a proffer agreement with the Smith Special Counsel Investigations. By August 2023, local authorities in Pennsylvania and New Mexico were investigating electors. And you know that we were being told back in like 50s, 60s that they were going to use propaganda, that they were going to try and use propaganda against people. And it's that is part of the propaganda, like when certain things come on, is that where it's fake news? They're saying it's fake news. Is that part of the propaganda? Because it's part of, seeing the truth. When bringing his nieces, like Spirit bringing his nieces books to me and what she was saying, and then reading about Trump's father and what have you. Like reading about Trump's brother, of what Trump and his father did to his brother. He's much like his father, I guess, hey? Sure he ain't the auntie? By August 23, local authorities in Pennsylvania and New Mexico were investigating electors. In 2024, the state Republican Party of Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, and Wisconsin plan to send some of the fake electors to represent their parties at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. Prosecution. Michigan Attorney General Dana Nelson announced on July 18, 2023, that she had charged 16 individuals with 8 felony counts, each including forgery and conspiracy, alleging they had knowingly signed certificates of assertive, falsely claiming they were duty elect and qualified electors for Michigan. One defendant entered into a cooperation agreement with prosecutors in October 2023 in exchange for charges against him being dropped. Nestle's office disclosed during an April 2024 court hearing that Trump, Meadows, Giuliani, and Ellis were unindicted co-conspirators. On August 21st, 2023, at the request of Jack Smith and the Justice Department, a federal grand jury indicated Trump on charges of conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy against rights, obstructing an official proceedings, and conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding. The indictment accused Trump of orchestrating a criminal conspiracy to subvert the 2020 election and identified the fake electoral scheme as part of the conspiracy. See, this is stuff, that they didn't put out there for people to see or know. And I know that, ones are like trying to cut me off from this getting out there. But I know that when you're dealing with quantum, you can't stop it. And it's that part of, it's when you look at all sides of it, there's no matter who you vote for or where you look, there's going to be corruption within it because we're fighting against one another. But in some cases, maybe it's a movie and they're working together. It's time we like use our discernment. Hey, this is why impacts are coming up now. People are waking up and they're starting to question. And we should be. And with certain people, when I question stuff or I say something and they tell me that's not true, it's like I'm going to say, like, are you the all-knowing? Because I go by a feeling. If it doesn't feel right for me, like if my body goes strange or what have you, I'll use my own discernment. I'll feel it, and then I'll work with my heart and my mind to connect it together. On August 15th, 2023, Trump and 18 others were indicted in Georgia. The defendants were included Trump, Giuliani, Eastman, Meadows, Jessebro, Sidney Powell, David Schiffer, and Sean Still, among others, were charged with a variety of offenses, many of which related to involvement in fake electors plot. On October 20th, Jessebro pleaded guilty to conspiring to file a false document and was sentenced to 5 years of probation. He also agreed to testify against the other defendants. 3 other defendants, including Hillel, also pleaded guilty to charges. On December 6, 2023, a Clark County, Nevada grand jury indicated 6 Republican Party officials, including the chair of Nevada Republican Party, on 2 felony charges, each of submitting fraudulent documents to state and local officials. By December 2023, 24 fake electors had been criminally charged in 3 states, and Jessebro was a witness in all of the cases. However, in January 24, the Attorney General of New Mexico stated that the fake electors couldn't be prosecuted given the laws of that state. An Arizona grand jury named 11 alleged fake electors in an April 2024 indictment. Among those named were former Arizona Republican Party Chair Kelli Ward and Taylor Boyer, Chief Operating Officer of Tuning Point USA. Names of 7 others charged were reducted from the indictment, and Trump was listed as undesignated co-conspirator 1. The Washington Post reported that the redacted individuals were Mark Meadows, Rudy Giuliani, Jenna Ellis, John S. Eastman, Christina Bob, Boris Epstein, 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 EPSHTEYN, and Mark Roman. The Post reported that names of those indicated who were not in Arizona were redacted until they could be served with their indictments. You know, see, the stuff is not done for the people because, obviously the law for corruption within the governmental system, there's no repercussions for it. They couldn't do anything in New Mexico. I believe it said in New Mexico. Yeah, it said in June 2024, the Attorney General of New Mexico stated fake electors couldn't be prosecuted given the laws of their state. When there's like, you're dealing with the government, it's the people. And, the ones that are doing this, a slap on the wrist is not good. Because, they're saying that Donald Trump for sentencing, he might get $400 million fine or something. That's really nothing to him because he just get it back another way because he'd try to figure it away. It's like the dark one on Once Upon a Time. You always know the loopholes. They're greasing each other's palms, but you know it's a part of realizing that there's no room for corruption in the government system because the government's supposed to work for the people, but they're working for their billionaire buddies, and that's how they're getting rich, and they're keeping the people poor because they're getting rich on you. I'll say it. They talk about the Anunnaki. Would that be somewhat of what you're dealing with right now? Some of the Anunnaki. Now, I'm not saying all the Anunnaki are bad, but there is someone, there is a being that the Anunnaki are afraid of because they know what they did was wrong. See, it's a part of seeing where the actors are. Like I see the thing where I was saying that Donald Trump is Elvis Presley by looking at the face figure. Well, I'll tell you right now, I've never seen Donald Trump or I've never seen Elvis Presley go like this. I'm not being rude, like, that's really like, with all this, like, people have been fooled, okay? And not only with regards to people being fooled and the wool pulled over their eyes, doesn't matter what governmental system. It's about like, fixing things. Well, it's hard to fix something that never worked in the first place for quite some time. Because it got corrupt really, really quickly. and they killed people along the way. And it is, it's like different things. Sakamoto. Trump charged with 4 felony counts for attempt to overturn the 2020 election. Former President Donald Trump, was indicated Tuesday on a federal grand jury. Oh, that's basically. Okay. Oh, I just read a part there where Trump was hosting a rally back a while ago. I actually had a dream, and it was like I was coming down like a hill type, like coming down a hill, and I'm pretty sure it was one of Trump's rallies. And it was like I found it a little strange because it was like trying to like, how do I explain it? It was like I was there to see what he was touting. I don't believe that it was there because I was supporting him. But like I said, I never said that he certain things, but it's that part of taking from each person and finding that one that will go in the middle and what will do what's right for everyone as a whole and not just their pocketbooks. Before I do this, I'm going to show you what I mean about TikTok. Oh yeah, and there's like Canada with World War II. And I seen a thing, and at the bottom of it said, like, with regards to Justin Trudeau's response to Donald Trump about the 51st state, not a snowball chance in hell Canada joins the United States, Justin Trudeau says. Come on. Now, Kevin O'Leary, that's his name. Oh, no, that's not it.
President of the United States. In fact, he was not elected to be gold. And by the way, what all of this hoopla is really about, what we are going to talk about, is that when Trump and Musk come into power in late January, you know, the order of business, healthcare, climate change, their first order of business will be to provide massive tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country and so think about it. At a time of unprecedented income and wealth inequality, when Musk himself is worth almost $500 billion, what these guys want to do is use more tax breaks to billionaires and the of large corporations.
That was Bernie Sanders. I'm bringing some stuff forward. Oh, here it is. Oh, no. Oh, yeah.
The House representatives for leadership in that building in the last 24 hours and negotiated with Donald Trump. The problem was themselves. Compromise legislation that creates enough votes, if you know ahead of time, that creates enough votes to pass a bill in the House and then pass it through the Senate, enough votes, and then would be the agreement that it will be signed by the president. That's the deal. Congress, every deal, majority deal, already agreed to sign. That's what it is.
He always says a very good deal. We got a very good deal. The only thing that DARPA knows how to do is make deals. But he only makes it to benefit him for on the time. Go watch Once Upon a Time. We might learn something from it. Because didn't Donald Trump say we're doing a witch hunt? Said that he was a time traveler, and even when you look at like I said, Back to the Future too. He's a time traveler. His grandfather went in and stole Elon Musk, or not Elon Musk. Well, Elon Musk tried to take the name of Nikola Tesla, and his stuff is not Tesla stuff. Because Tesla's stuff went under hidden. But Donald Trump had access because his grandfather took the time machine, and people go, "Oh, that's bullshit." Well, to one of the people that I'm close to that. When I first started going through my awakening, all this stuff, different things, they brought it to me first. And now they don't believe anything about it because they started getting into the church. I have nothing against the church, just the ones that lead it, the corruption. And it says Donald Trump, he's with evangelical. Now, I done a lot of looking into different evangelical ones that they're making like millions and millions of dollars because because the church says, give me your money, give me your money. God wants you to give your money. Donate 10% of your income. It's like, that's not what God's saying anymore. Because I did the research on that and I even did a video on it that in taxes, the churches, because they don't pay taxes, they save billions and billions of dollars. And it's not a small chunk of change. So your money don't go into the people. The money goes into corruption. Because I have yet to see where the church is helping the people because they're wearing crowns and stuff like gold and stuff like that. And people are still starving. Like that money you're telling the people to give to the church, why don't you just tell them to keep it? And then they might have food on their table. They might have a roof over their head. They might have electricity. They might have heat. Donald Trump didn't find God just by getting a flick in the ear. Because I'd love to know how you really like how you found God just because you went to church. That doesn't mean that you found God. You may say like it may be perceived that you do some good things, but that's probably only for show because you're backdooring everything in behind. And I know now that in 2020, when I drew my picture, they say that the United States is the biggest part of the world. So it's that part of, you're seeing all parts of your heart. Don't know what your childhood was like. Something tells me you were a privileged little brat. If not, tell your story as to why you are the way you are. People say about confession. Doesn't matter how many times you go to confession. Let's finish watching this.
Insane and impossible must Trump will come to a vote in the House tonight. This is Washington. This is how the lawmaking is done. It's a long process. Sometimes it takes a lot of resources, but we're going to do the right thing here tonight. No, that was not how long it was. Mike Johnson knew when he was saying that. But the legislatively insane Oscar Trump bill was going to fall spectacularly when the House voted a few minutes later. After he relentless 24 hours later, Elon Musk, the richest person in the world, who is obviously the richest person in the history of the public politics. 3 dozen Republican members of the House, 38 Republican members of the House of Representatives said no to Elon Musk. 38 Republican members of the House said no to Donald Trump. After having their political futures threatened by both Donald Trump and Elon Musk, Trump and Musk said anyone who voted against this deal should be knocked out of office in the next election. They threatened the political lives of those 38 members of the House. Donald Trump threatened Republicans who didn't vote for this bill today, saying they, quote, should be primaried and disposed of as quickly as possible. Donald Trump has never been more directly and personally threatening to Republicans than he was today, and Donald Trump lost. Donald Trump's threats meant nothing to 38 Republican members of the House. Elon Musk's threats and his billions meant nothing to 38 Republican members of the House. So far, Elon Musk has failed at every public lobbying attempt he has made since the presidential election. Elon Musk told Republican senators who they must vote for majority leader next year, and Republican senators said no. Elon Musk candidate came in third in the election for the Republican majority leader of the Senate next year. Elon Musk's support meant nothing to Republican senators. Elon Musk was part of the group that hatched the brilliant idea of having Matt Gaetz for Attorney General. Elon Musk lobbied publicly for Matt Gaetz to be confirmed as Attorney General. Elon Musk lost badly in that lobbying effort. And then yesterday, Elon Musk decided to tell the Republican Speaker of the House, Republican members of the House of Representatives, the bill that they negotiated to pass the House, pass the Senate, and be signed by President Biden was no good. So Speaker Johnson, in effect, said to Elon Musk and Donald Trump, go ahead, show us how to do it. And Elon Musk got crushed on the House floor by Republicans, 38 Republicans on the House floor, crushed and humiliated Elon Musk and Donald Trump at the same time. Republican speakers of the House in the 21st century have repeatedly had to deal with some of the most ignorant and irreversibly stupid members of the House of Representatives in history. None more ignorant or more irreversibly stupid about legislating than Elon Musk, who in the last 24 hours has proved himself to be even stupider than Donald Trump about how the House of Representatives works, how the Senate works, how the presidency works. In other words, how a bill becomes a law. Elon Musk didn't learn that in his South African elementary school, like the rest of us did in the United States, in elementary school or high school or the latest. They didn't have that little song about how a bill becomes a law in Elon Musk's South African private school. Here is just one. This one of the 38 Republicans who Elon Musk and Donald Trump promised to destroy today for voting against their bill. It's embarrassing. It's shameful. Yes, I think this bill is better than it was yesterday on certain respects, but to take this bill yesterday and congratulate yourself because it's shorter in pages, but increases the debt by $5 trillion is asinine. And that's precisely what Republicans are doing. Does he sound afraid of Elon Musk? Does he sound afraid of Donald Trump? That's Chip Roy of Texas. Before the vote today, Donald Trump said this about Chip Roy. Chip Roy is just another ambitious guy with no temper. By the way, that's what you're doing. I hope sometimes challenges are getting ready. The president of Texas to go after Chip primary only one person in the United States Senate can bring the bill to a vote in the Senate. Of course he doesn't. Senator Schumer said in a statement, quote, "It's a good thing the bill failed in the House. Now it's time to go back to the bipartisan approval. We hate it. That's Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is the only person who can bring a bill to a vote in the United States Senate. You don't have to have a deal if the Majority Leader of the United States Senate has not agreed to bring your bill out to a vote and vote for it. So even if at the last minute, those 38 Republicans decided that they really were too afraid of Elon Musk and Donald Trump, and they voted to pass the Musk-Trump bill, would have passed the House of Representatives and would have died, would have gone to the United States Senate. The phrase for that kind of bill arriving in the Senate is dead on arrival. But Republicans in the House killed the Musk-Trump bill without Chuck Schumer having to even look at it. It is impossible to overstate how colossal a failure this is for Donald Trump, who's a lame duck now every day for the next 4 years. He's a lame duck. He can never run again. And for Elon Musk, who embarked on his first legislative adventure and could not have failed more spectacular. And this is very good news for America. Donald Trump and Elon Musk are not in charge of legislating in Congress. 38 Republicans think what Donald Trump wants to do is insane. Asinine is actually one of the words that was used on the floor today by Republican Chair Biden. The weakness of Donald Trump in the Republican House of Representatives has now been fully exposed, and we have never seen anything like it in an incoming president of his own party. And the weakness and legislative stupidity of Elon Musk has now been fully exposed to all Republicans who all know how badly Elon Musk lost it. And enough Republicans are not afraid of either Donald Trump or Elon Musk, even when facing the most extreme threats Donald Trump and Elon Musk have ever aimed at politicians. Obviously, Democrats in the House did not vote for a bill that Elon Musk and Donald Trump negotiated among themselves without speaking to a single Democrat. The Democratic leader of the House of Representatives, Hakeem Jeffries, said this before the vote that crushed the Musk-Trump bill.
We reached a bipartisan agreement to families, children, seniors, working class Americans all across the country. The men and women who serve this country in uniform and our veterans. House Republicans have abandoned that bipartisan agreement that we entered into in good faith. A bill that House Republicans negotiated gave us your word that we were going to move forward together on behalf of the American people. There was a Republican drafted bill that was posted by House Republicans. And then one or two puppet masters weigh in, and the extreme MAGA Republicans decide to do the bidding of the wealthy, the well-off, the well-connected millionaires and billionaires, not working class people all across America.
One of the changes Elon Musk and Donald Trump made to the bill was to eliminate support of research on children's cancer. And Donald Trump, at the last minute, decided he wanted to add a dramatic increase in the debt ceiling, an unprecedented increase in the debt ceiling to the bill, even though the government won't come close to reaching its until June. Donald Trump actually wants to pass a bill that will completely suspend the debt ceiling, just totally eliminate it. There is no debt limit for the United States for 2 years, so that Donald Trump can run up the debt to any level at all with his tax cuts for billionaires like Elon Musk.
The provisions in this bill particularly as it relates to suspending the debt ceiling for 2 years, are designed to bring about a massive tax cut unpaid for wealthy donors and for wealthy corporations, for millionaires and billionaires who clearly some in this Congress are working for. And this bill is validation for it. Now, what's been interesting to me is that for decades, the Republican Party has lectured America about fiscal responsibility, about the debt and the deficit. It's always been phony. This bill proves it. One thing we do know is that every time a Republican president comes into office, the one thing we can count on Republicans to do is to pass a massive tax cut for wealthy Americans, and in the process, stick working class Americans with the bill by raising the deficit and the debt. The phoniness in claiming that extreme MAGA Republicans are about working class Americans or the party of fiscal responsibility, nothing could be further from the truth. When you run up the debt and the deficit, middle class families pay, working class families pay, and we are going to defend them.
So, see, my question is, why did people vote him in? And did really vote him in, or did he stack the deck? You know, have to say, you got a casino, you must be a gambling man. See, I like this woman.
I don't want to belittle Mr. Trump, but on the other hand, hey, Tom, have we got a deal for you? You think we want to be the 51st state? Yeah, but maybe California would like to be the 11th province. How about it?
Who knew Canadian politics would be so fun? I think I did. That's member of the House of Commons, Elizabeth May. She's from the Green
Okay, that's
Party
not what I thought I
in
had.
Canada. And she
Wasn't the one I thought I had. Oh, I did have. But see, it's that part of it's that part of is like, is Donald Trump manipulating Elon Musk because Elon Musk wants power? But he said in an interview, give me power, give me money, give me this. I don't care. But you do care. Because you have you say that you're not angry about your upbringing. You're not angry about what happened. You let it go. No, you did not. 4-4 on the timer, as I said that. You did not let it go. You're angry with the world. People. You're like, you can say you're not, but I mean, you're from what I watched, you want to give your son an AI friend. Instead of real people. People said that you wanted an AI girlfriend instead of a real person. It's like, if you like, people say about the way Justin Trudeau is here in Canada. 4-4 on the timer, as I said, Justin Trudeau. People in the States, they would talk about how the Prime Minister was in Canada and everything like that. But yours is your president. your upcoming president, so-called upcoming president, I just see him to be, well, very similar, except, you know, um, Justin Trudeau is more of a pushover and feminine because he was bullied in school. And Donald Trump, you're the fucking bully. So it's that part of, hey, you were trying to take advantage of the Canadian Prime Minister because, maybe he's in a bad place. He was easily bought, manipulated. Maybe he did it because he wanted to try to fit in somewhere. His father had a name, so, maybe he wanted a name for himself. But growing up, he got involved with people like you. Elon Musk, Donald Trump, like he's using him. I heard that he cracked a joke that brought Elon in, and now we can't get rid of him. That was something that was seen in some kind of a setting with many people there. I have somebody in my life that they'll be ignorant to me, and I was just joking. No, you weren't just joking. And that's why I say, are you Donald Trump? My channel's spirit to spirit. And these are old spirits. Like other people say that Donald Trump, as I said, Donald Trump, 4-4 on the timer again. But Donald Trump is like Napoleon. Hey, Donald, be after my family again. Keep traveling through time, and 3:44 on the timer, and it was another 4. Seen a lot of 4s. Yeah, and I heard bitch, and got to be one. Because if I'm being called a bitch, I must be telling truth. When you hide behind your money, when you hide behind your way of persuasion, because some people think, oh my, like he must be a good leader. He's a businessman. According to your brother, you all grew up in a family where he was the one that just wanted to live life. It wasn't about power. It wasn't about cruelty. It was about kindness. You may pull the wool over some people's eyes, and this is different government officials too. But the ones that are awake to the corruption, and it doesn't matter what part of the world you're upset. They don't understand how the states could put into power a convicted felon. I thought you weren't allowed. Train going confirmation there. Seriously, I thought you weren't allowed. I thought that convicted felons weren't allowed. Like that's why they were trying to impeach Joe Biden or Biden, trying to impeach Biden. Seriously. I think you rigged the deck. Because you were pissed off. And, you know, you may act like a man or may say like that you're a man, but did you do it because you had your panties in a bunch? You know, because and there's somebody that used to come here at 44 on the timer. There was somebody who used to come here all the time. And my ex-husband used to say how, you know, if they got pissed off and didn't get their own way, they'd stomp around like he'd say they stomp around like a girl. Vindictive, are you? You know, it's really strange because let's see. Excuse me. Let's say something. Wow. Okay. Justin Trudeau got in 2015. Yeah, I know, it was 16. Oh. So 2016. So Donald Trump got in, or Justin Trudeau got in 2015. Donald Trump got in 2016. So just a year later, or maybe not even quite a year later. And everyone's seeing that, you know, Justin Trudeau was, they thought he was started off pretty good. I believe in there's no such thing as coincidence, it's just synchronicities. I believe that Donald Trump did a bit of digging into Justin Trudeau and had a bit over his head. Or maybe vice versa. because I have a strong feeling that maybe Justin Trudeau's life was threatened, and that's why he was a puppet. Because let's see, I said that States and Canada were at war in 2012. War of 2012. This is the Canadian Encyclopedia. The War of 2012, 1812. The War of 1812, which lasted from 1812 to 1814, was a military conflict between the United States and Great Britain. As a colony of Great Britain, Canada was swept up in the War of 1812 and was invaded several times by the Americans. The war was fought in Upper Canada, Lower Canada, on the Great Lakes and the Atlantic, and in the United States. The peace treaty of Ghent, G-H-E-N-T, 1814, which ended the war, largely returned the status quo. So you've been after United, your people have been after Canada because you want Canada's resources. So you bully Canada. And you think that the Canadian people are weak? What? Because we're classed as peacekeepers? Because we'd rather peace over war? However, in Canada, the war contributes to a growing sense of national identity, including the idea that civilian soldiers were largely responsible for repelling the American invaders. In contrast, the First Nation allies of the British and Canadian suffered much because of the war. Not only had they lost many warriors, including the great Tecumseh, Tecumseh, they also lost any hope of halting American expansion in the West. And their contributions were greatly forgotten by their British and Canadian allies. Donald Trump, if you were actually for the people, see, I know your ancestor, your grandfather, and that they stole all the stuff for free energy because you don't want that coming out because you want you want to keep going with the oil companies and what have you. You want to keep going with the dirty fuel, which stays clean, the actual clean fuel is free energy. And that's the stuff that Nikola Tesla had. And your granddaddy went in and took it, along with other stuff. Oh, and it was in the family, so you decided to hop in it. And people say, "Oh, well, time travel is not real." Yes, it is. Time travel has been around since the beginning of time itself. People manipulate time all the time. put your clocks ahead, put your clocks back. Do you know that it was the military that developed that so that they could get more time out of their people, their veterans? In contrast, okay, in contrast, First Nations allies, okay, they also lost any hope of halting American in the West, and their I did that. Nations of Métis people in the War of 1812. My family, they were the Métis. They were the indigenous. They were they were promised in the colonial. They were promised certain things, land. They come to build the colonial, and I said it. They killed my eighth grade well, they scalped my eighth grade granddaddy and then drug him to the prison that they had on George's Island. In Canada. They drug him there. My first eighth grade Grammy, she died on the island because they left them there to freeze to death after building their tunnels for them. This article focused on primary land campaigns. For more detailed, okay. Causes of the War of 1812. This is going to be a long one. Just bear with me. I'm going to go quickly to the washroom. Sorry about that. And just so people know that on some of the Epstein list and I think the PTC list, I think on one or the other, it was showing that Donald Trump is on the list. The government officials that are going for power on the list. Let's see, 4-4 on the timer. They're saying Elon Musk and that they're going to bring out the list and what have you. And it's all the ones that are associated with Donald Trump. And Mel Gibson put out supposed to be the Epstein list, but I actually seen one of the lists or some of the lists where it actually implicated that Mel Gibson was one of the participants too. And this isn't to throw this is to say, hey, are you doctoring the list to maybe take your names out of it? Because Mel Gibson did a thing and he said that when he was growing up that they had this this was going on, they were sexually assaulting him and everything like that. So a lot of these other ones, it was happening to them. So they were put into that form of system, and they became the ones that would they'd had it done to them. So then they were the ones that had to bring it in to keep it going. Cause of the War of 1812. The origins of the War of 1812 were in conflict that raged in Europe for almost 2 decades after Napoleon. Now, my family came from Europe. And I just got done telling you that Napoleon and about Napoleon or Donald Trump, people saying about Donald Trump being more of a reincarnation of Napoleon. Or, maybe if you look at pictures and you cross-reference, maybe Donald Trump went back in time because he was trying to eliminate my ancestors, which would be a lot of yours too. Napoleon Bonaparte became first consul, later Emperor of France. France was where my family was from, and this Napoleon wars was 1799 to 1815. Okay, and let's see. My ancestors were in Canada then, and I have strong reason to believe that it was Edward Cornwallis himself and his big reign of scalping people in 1756, thereabouts. Caused Great Britain to adopt measures that greatly aggraved the United States. No. Abbreviated United States, AGGRAVATED. On 21 November 1806, Napoleon ordered a blockade of shipping, the Berlin Decree, aimed at crippling British trade. He ordered all European ports under his control closed to British ships, and further decreed that neutral and French ships would be seized if they passed a British port before entering a continental port, the so-called continental system. So what's happening is basically the same thing, because Donald Trump's wanting to do all this stuff opposed to helping the people. Great Britain responded to Napoleon with a series of orders in council requiring all natural ships to obtain a license before they could sail to Europe. Following the victory of Lord Nelson at Trafalgar, Trafalgar, on the 21st of October 1805, Great Britain had the sea power to enforce its blockade of France. So my ancestors were put in a monopoly of what property that they would own, because 44 in the timer, when they were brought over here to colonize. They were actually, a lot of them were actually doing it to flee religious backlash. For many years, the Americans had grappled with the problems of being a neutral nation in Great European War. Confirmation. Tensions mounted as the British began stopping American ships from trading in Europe. You know, a lot of people, when you look at it, a lot of countries have been at the mercy of the United States. And they've been for a very long time, and they've been implicating them in different parts of the world. Some people say that the part of Babylon, and they said that, didn't they say that, you know, it was the Antichrist in prophecies, the Antichrist was going to come. Some said the East, but it was actually that it was going to be in the United States. Trading in Europe. Even more vexing was the British practice of searching American vessels for contraband defined by the British as goods they declared illegal, and of searching for deserters who had fled the harsh conditions of the Royal Navy. Many of these deserters had taken jobs on American ships, but American certificates of citizenship made no impression on the British. Moreover, some British captains even tried to impose these native-born Americans and put them into service on British ships. These maritime, see, my ancestors, my family through time have been, they call them the rebellion, the rebellions, the rebellions. They knew of everything. They knew of like the free energy. They knew of different things and what have you. Okay. And did you not hear like the Atlantic? Where was it? The war was fought in Upper Canada, Lower Canada, on the Great Lakes, and the Atlantic. These maritime tensions exploded in 1807 off the shore of Chesapeake Bay, where the British naval squadron, not squadron, squadron was watching the area of French ships. Several British sailors deserted and promptly enlisted in the American Navy. The captain of the American 38 gun brigade, Chesapeake, knew that he had deserters on board when HMS Leopold tried to board and search his ship. When the Chesapeake refused to cave to, the 50-gun Leopold opened fire, killing 3 and injuring 18 of the crew. The British boarded and seized 4 men, known as Chesapeake Affair, and the event outraged, even tempered Americans. Several years later, on May 1st, 1811, officers from the British ship HMS Guerriere impressed an American sailor from a coastal vessel, causing further tension. This dispute over maritime rights might have been resolved with diplomacy. In fact, the new British government of Lord Liverpool it's okay. RESCINDED, the orders in council a few days before the U.S. declared war. Though the news hadn't reached America in time. Moreover, not all Americans wanted war with Great Britain, notably the merchants of New England and New York. Nobody wanted war. See, it's not the people that want the war. It's the controllers. And see, I'm not gonna, if you want to read it, go read it. See, the thing is, the military, the guards, police, what have you, you're actually supposed to be working for people. You're supposed to be like when you have a corrupt system and corruption gets within the military, because you're finding that out. There's whistleblowers coming out. But see, when they enter, they have to sign more of a contract, like a waiver type thing, that, whatever happens, whatever you see, you're sworn to secrecy. And that creates a lot of the PTSD that we're seeing now. War creates PTSD, which creates more war, because it's a war on the psyche. So Donald Trump is always saying, "Oh, we got a great deal, very good deal, very good deal, very good deal, man." Do you really? It's that part of, what do you have on them? Who are you blackmailing? And are you trying to keep your own dirty secrets hidden? Because you're just as bad as they are. The leader of the country should not be somebody with a criminal record. And since it doesn't matter, some people can look in certain places and say that you dug deep, you've been researching it for however long. What parts were you researching? I don't want to, I wouldn't want a womanizer. I wouldn't want to bully a tyrant because that's, you know, you're not supposed to be afraid of your government. 44 in the primary. Because the people are the ones that really have the say. Elon Musk says about and Donald Trump bringing the power back to the people. Are you saying to bring the power back to the people, or are you just manipulating the people so that you can have your own way and bring the power back to your people? The cruel people, the ones who want to throw shit and shame on people and tell them that they're this or they're that. Is it really Donald Trump who's bringing what you call Sarah into Sarah? Is it really Donald Trump? Or is he just taking credit for what somebody else may be doing? Seriously, I've even heard different things that people have been talking about, that people will have inventions and what have you, and Elon Musk will claim it as his own. It's like they say about this book that Donald Trump is a traveler, and in this book it says about Baron Trump, and he knows someone named Dawn. So it's like, was Elon Musk that one of Baron Trump? Because I'm pretty sure Elon Musk knows a time travel too. You know, you can't be half a trillionaire and not know about time travel. Because I remember watching something about that, and we had said about time travel. So, you know, is that how you found each other? But, you know, until you figured that out, you know, Elon Musk and Donald Trump, you didn't like each other. Like shit, Elon Musk, like these other ones that you said that you wanted to get in the ring with, Putin being one of them. Yeah, I remember that. You know, and a few others, can't name them right now, but I know that there was a few others. You had certain degrees in certain martial arts. Because it was said that Putin was bullied too. Whether it was true or not. But Elon, you've back the wrong man, back the wrong one. Said, give you power, give you money. You didn't care. Obviously, you do care. If you didn't care, you wouldn't be at like almost a trillion, halfway to a trillionaire almost. And you know, Donald Trump probably like because you have so much money, and Donald Trump probably wants it. Better watch you don't stab in the back when you're sleeping. That's what happens when there's money. Thing is, Max, I had somebody tell me that even in homeless encampments, they're stealing from each other. So I'm not here for the systems. I'm here to, you know, help people overcome them. And teach them how they can be sovereign beings. That's what, you know, how you refer them, Yeshua, Jesus, whichever one, you know, make the difference. So it's that part of, you know, history's repeating itself. And Donald Trump, you know that you time travel. Other people believe that or not. When you watch Once Upon a Time, it had Emma and Captain Hook Gideon, or not Gideon. I think his name was Billy. I can't get his name, but he was Hook and Emma. She was the savior. And the Wicked Witch was trying to go back in time, but things not happened. She didn't get to, but then the time portal opened up in the garden, and they went to check to see what it was, and Emma and Captain Hook, they got hauled in, and they got hauled back in time, and then it was like they were in the history books because they said that they were someone else. Captain Hook was said to be Prince Charles and her Princess Leia. That's what it was in the show. But it's that part of like people are seeing different pictures of different actors and what have you, and they're seeing them in the present, but they're seeing them back in time and what have you. And they say about like, yes, well, you know, a lot of weird shit going on within what people idolize. You know, didn't Jesus, Yeshua say, don't idolize anyone, don't idolize. If You're not idolizing actors and other people. You're idolizing money. And I'm not saying that I'm not like they say money is worth of gold. They say the rich get richer, the poor get poorer. The only reason why the poor get poorer is because they keep voting for the rich people. They keep putting them in power. And you wonder why you're poor. Because they're only doing the system. They're only creating a government that works for them. You know, George Washington, he had it. He was part of the rebellion. I think there was one or two of the other founding fathers that didn't like that he wanted to free people. Because I said that I know that my sixth great granddaddy would have known George Washington quite well because my great granddaddy was also he was a shipbuilder, he was a farmer, so he would have known George Washington through trade because you know you're looking on Oak Island and you're wondering if there were ships going. Yeah, yeah. Island was all around there was destroyed. And my sixth great granddaddy, he was said to be the biggest of the businessmen. You know, it would have been 44 in the summer. It would have been bloody area. You would have been your ancestor too. He had like 12, 13 kids, mostly boys too. And so you know that the government has something to do with things because when I read the will of my sixth great granddaddy saying all the properties that I had already went and looked at the deeds at the land registry. And when I brought it forward, I was sure I'd like, I know that my sixth great granddaddy was speaking through me in spirit because I didn't want to read his will. And it was like, okay, we will. So, and he read it. He really, it was like a setup because it was like my great granddaddy in spirit, my sixth great granddaddy in spirit, he knew damn well what they were going to do. Because the day after I read the will, I went back to the land registry. I went back to the land registry to look at the deeds, and they had been wiped, taken off the system. Because you know he did say that, I said that, and I believe that They're allodial deeds, and if anybody knows what an allodial deed is, so he was killed. Pretty sure of that. It's pretty strange that my ancestors, the men all died at a young age. And they all had property. See, my great granddaddy said, great granddaddy, it was said that he died in 1806, and it so happened that it was around 1808 that Samuel Ball decided that he was going to go file for my great granddaddy's property. But then when I went to look at, because it said that Samuel Ball had all this property and what have you, I went and looked at the land registry. There were no deeds for Samuel Ball. And then I went to the archives, and it said that the government, and nobody ever gave him any property. Government never gave him any property. And I could feel that in the rib cage right here. That's why I say that I believe that Donald Trump, because there's no such thing as coincidences. Because I think it was Hook Island, and Hook Island, and then it became Sam's Island. But Samuel Ball had a friend, Donald McGinnis, and it was said that they both came from basically the same slave plantation. But see, Samuel Ball's father was the one that had the slaves, 4,000 of them, I believe it said. So it's that part of, hey, no such thing as coincidences. So, people may not like me for this, but this is why stuff is the way it is. So I tell people, look in your ancestral line. Because like I said, I made the connection of my sixth great granddaddy to George Washington. So if they were both rebellion and, they wanted people. See, I know that my sixth great granddaddy, he was probably a grumpy man. I, I swear, I'm around virgins. It's that part of they try to run to get away. and they'll even try to go through time. They go through time to try to wipe out the ancestral line of what they perceive to be a problem. They kill their own family members and double cross them. Or they use them. They sell them. As long as there was a profit for them, they probably they've even escort their own children and new wives. So I'm gonna leave it at that. And I know that, they affect my algorithms. Do this. So, if you're just coming in now and you're wondering what the hell I was talking about, I was asking that question: who is Donald Trump? The Buddha told us that is to be a sort of torpedoes full speed ahead. What do you think? It matters if you just try. And then at the top, still great spirits have always encountered violent opposition from Metacore minds. J.F. Kennedy, I think, hail to the chief has a nice ring to it, and that's why you joined. You may have to be born again. It's what does the universe want people to know? Better check and see if something flipped. Oh well, shit, there it did. It flipped right out. And it threw out. Disruption, discontent, content, and boredom. The waiting game, transformation. Right now, like when you go into the hermit mode, you appear bored sometimes. Okay, you're at discontent, boredom, because you're doing a lot of that going within. It's like soul searching, the shadow work, the dark nights of the soul, can cause a disruption within the system of your body, the system, the parts of what is in your immediate circle. Because when you're going through it, like right now, I'm through it, and a lot of people don't understand me, and what have you, and that's okay, because then it's just the way you do. There's a transformation, making that transformation, and the transformation, it's happening now. And for some of us, it don't make sense. It depends on like what part you're in, because I know that good things are coming. They're already here. We just haven't seen it. And it's a part of, because I see where uh, Donald Trump and Justin Trudeau and other leaders have just caused a lot of havoc. That certain governments are following us. Like, well, what's really going on? Are we seeing a big show? Because a lot of people say it's a movie, it's a show. I even had family member, like somebody within my circle, few couple hang out now. Some are participants, and some are the ones sitting back watching it all unfold. Ustedes, elementi con la preghiera sono tutto. Elementi che ti preghiera saranno tutto. I know that my ancestors weren't all that great. Like, like I know that, like, even my own soul, spirit, what have you, had someone on here last night say, "Oh, you're perfect." Like, no, I never said I was perfect. He even said repent, and then they said, like, do this, because, like, do something like multitude your cat or something like that, because you said you're God. He's like, no, I didn't say it was God. I said we were made in the image of God. So if we're made in the image of God, then when we come into our divinity, we'll be able to do things like God. Telepath, I can do that. The different languages, I didn't learn them nowhere. We all came from the same place. We're all parts of God experiencing itself. The good parts, the bad parts, and the ugly parts. But that is an aspect. It's not God who hurts people. We choose to do what we do. Sometimes we do things out of desperation. sometimes we do it because we've been lied to or manipulated and didn't know the difference. It's scary seeing the truth. Because you always want to want the truth. Like somebody was telling me that people they can't handle they can't handle the truth. It's just like if they can't handle the truth, it's because you lied so fucking much, so that when the truth does come out, it's one heck of a mind's test. So Donald Trump, I agree with the president. Because like I said to Justin Trudeau, he should not be in a position of authority to send you. Because you abuse your government and you abuse people. See, it said that Yeshua, Jesus, however you say it, was dividing. He wasn't really extremely divided. Or was that just some of messed up narrative? I mean, if people did follow him and left their families behind, is that part of, like, like teach people to do anything in their community, teach people, like, to remain with, to be with family, teach families how to come together. Because I know that Elon Musk, deep down, you have that protective instinct because we grew up in a household where there's violence. And Donald Trump, you probably did too. And that's why you became voted. So it's that part of, you've been doing it so long, it's just normal for them. But it's not really should not be voting someone in that is guilty as they are. It's that part of putting someone in the position where they know what it's like to run those, and they're not looking for something. Someone who wants what they want for themselves, they want for people. are fighting for equal. Whether it be on the land side, or in the one who elected. So when I read it at the beginning, if you're coming in and you just tell people, you want to rewatch it, it is almost 5 hours in. Go watch it on my YouTube channel, Spirit. I did read a lot today, but like I said, there's been a lot of people on here on TikTok that I've seen sitting and reading certain books that have to do with Krishna or the Bible or just anything like that. So how is it any different from me to come on here and say, and read something about the Prime Minister or the President, and, people not in drama. So with that being said, I'm sending you all much love, light, many blessings, most importantly, very good health to anyone and everyone wanting, willing to receive and accept. I want you all to be big, bold, brave, most importantly, be yourself. Be who you are. I'm very tired. But you all be big, bold, and brave. Most importantly, be yourself. Be who you be authentic. Be who you are, not who somebody says you are, you have to be. Be true to yourself and others, be kind to yourself and others, and know that you have more strength than you can comprehend at times. It's not about looking for someone else to be your savior. It's about being there and standing up for what you know, for you. The myth is my truth. So if the myth is my truth, then the myth is your truth too. Sending love.